I got 10 o'clock
Excuse.
and I got a gavel. I'll call this meeting to order. This is a regular scheduled meeting of the Board of State Canvassers. Jonathan, was it posted appropriately?
Yes, Chair Schinkel, this meeting was posted as part of our set.
I have a delay.
I'm going to pause because we're going to have some interference.
Jeez, that sounds terrible. Who's saying that?
Can we turn the audio off on that's coming through the system from YouTube?
That's like watching a Michigan State basketball game, 9-second delay, you know, it gives you a headache.
I think we're good.
Go ahead, John.
Okay. Okay, I will try again. We'll see how this goes. So this meeting was posted as part of the regularly scheduled meetings for the year that were posted for the Board of State Canvassers. We also posted the agenda on the board's website. I will also note that, as you had just heard, we are experimenting with putting this on YouTube. So this is the first time we've tried this. We're trying to stream this live on YouTube as well.
Okay, and at the front end here, I want to express my thanks to the Township Board of Delta Township and Eaton County for letting us meet here. I enjoy this meeting facility. Going to the agenda, consideration of meeting minutes for approval from January 19th. What's the board's pleasure?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes of our board meeting that was held on January 19th, 2022.
Support. Been moved and supported to approve the minutes from January 19th. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries 4-0. Number 2 on the agenda, consideration of the form of the initiative petition submitted by Unlock Michigan. Unlock 2. Jonathan, you want to tell us what this is about?
Yeah, so this is a petition for which the board has approved a 100-word summary and previously approved a form of the petition that did not have a checkbox for paid circulators. Since that time, the Michigan Supreme Court has upheld the constitutionality of the checkbox. So to comply with that going forward, these petitioners need to have the checkbox on there. So they're coming back to get this form approved with the checkbox. Staff has reviewed it and it complies with statutory requirements.
Okay. What's the board's pleasure on this particular item?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
And that is just, what was the date that these, because I know this is not the only petition, what's the date that they have to have that signatures on those petitions have to have that checkbox? Was there a date that was given?
24th.
The Supreme Court held that from the date of its opinion going forward, all petitions, signatures collected after the date of the opinion needed to be on petition sheets, including a checkbox. And I think it was the 24th, was January 24th was the opinion date. So going forward from that date, they have to be on compliant sheets.
So does that mean a date on the 23rd that had a checkbox is no good, and one on the 25th without a checkbox is no good?
If they had checkboxes on them before, you could still use the petition sheet that had checkboxes on before the opinion.
Okay, but not
going
without
after
one without a
after the
checkbox.
opinion, you definitely have to have it after the opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me ask that question for clarification.
I still hear some kind of audio feedback and it's really distracting. I don't know where it's
It's like
coming
a
from.
radio is on or something.
I think we're getting a low level of volume from what we're saying coming back to us. Is it possible to just mute that totally? I think it's coming from the TV speaker.
Magic.
Okay, I think we're good now.
Okay, item number 2, what's the board's pleasure?
I move that the board approve the form of the second initiative petition submitted by Unlock Michigan 2, with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Support.
Moved and supported. Number 2, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 4-0. Going forward with the agenda, number 3, consideration of the form of the initiative petition submitted by Secure My Vote. Jonathan?
This is the exact same issue where they previously had wording and a petition form approved, but they need a checkbox now. So they're coming back to get that approved. And it does comply with the statutory requirements.
Okay. Mr. Avers, do you wish to speak? You're got a card up here. Okay, very good. What's the board's pleasure?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the form of the second initiative petition submitted by Secure My Vote with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal, which appears on the petition, or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Support.
Moved and supported. Is there further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, passes 4-0. Moving on, item number 4 on the agenda, consideration of the form of initiative petition submitted by Raise the Waves. Number 4, Jonathan?
This is a petition for which the board previously approved the 100-word summary, and the petitioners are now seeking to have the form of the petition approved. Staff has reviewed it, and it complies with the statutory requirements.
Okay, we've got several people here that wish to testify. Number 4, we'll start with Mr. Brewer. Mark, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark Brewer of Goodman Acker, on behalf of Raise the Wage, I simply want to thank the staff for their assistance in getting us to this point in terms of the form, which I hope you will approve today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Andrea Hansen. Sorry. Like Mark, Andrea, you are licensed to practice law in the state of Michigan, and I forgot to ask Mr. Rubin, for the record, please state and spell your name for the record, sorry.
Yes, I am licensed. Andrea, A-N-D-R-E-A, Hansen, H-A-N-S-E-N.
Thank you.
I am here on behalf of Michigan Opportunity, the committee opposed to this petition. I have a few comments on the form of the petition. These are extremely technical, but I think that's kind of what form of petition is. So I thought this was the appropriate time to raise these issues, both for the benefit of the board's review and for the sponsor. So I'll walk through them, but I thought it'd be easier to kind of highlight so you can see what I'm talking about.
Thank you.
Yeah, watch yourself, Andrea.
All right, the first issue that I noted is on the, I guess it's the heading, starting initiation of legislation to amend 2018 PA 337. When it refers to adding section 4E, it does not include the citation MCL 408.934E, which, as you can see, is included in the summary of purpose and is included in the prior two sections within the heading. They had the citation, and we don't have it here after section 4E, and I think that should be included. The second thing I note, and this would also be on the reverse side of the petition, the same issue. Then after that, it talks about repealing parts of acts. This thing only is proposing to repeal part of a singular act, so I think it should be act, not acts. If you go to the second, the reverse side of the petition, section 4, we have section 4.1, and then there's section 4.2A, and I'm pretty sure that's a mistake. It should be section 4, it should just be 2, because there's no B.
Sorry, where are you right now?
If you go on the second page, so with the heading initiation of legislation.
Yeah.
And you go down kind of to the middle where I have it circled, it says 2A.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that should be 2, because there's no 2, because the subsection 2 is proposed to be essentially deleted. And in every statute I've ever seen, you wouldn't start at 2A, it would be just 2.
I see.
And then
A
you might
shouldn't be
have a-
there, you're saying.
Right, that's my opinion. And then this is super little, but if you go down to section 4E, there's an extra space between the comma after 2023. And then my final comment is the union bug on the first page, which I didn't even realize until yesterday actually had words on it, is not in 8-point font. And I believe everything on this is supposed to be 8-point type size if it is not otherwise specified in the statute.
What is that on the first page?
That's on the first page, bottom left.
What is that, disclaimer?
It's not it's right next to the left of the disclaimer.
I can't read it.
Well, that's that's kind of my point. I think it's printed, so I think it's supposed to be an 8-point, and it's clearly not an 8-point. I honestly didn't even realize there were words there because it's so small. So if you look, the statute and the affidavit both provide that everything on a petition, unless otherwise specified, is 8-point, and this is not. So those are the things that I noted when I was kind of proofreading this. And I think they should be addressed before there's approval as a form. Any questions?
Any questions for the witness?
Can you reiterate again the first piece that circled the 408.934E? What the issue was there? I was
Oh, yeah, so if
not
you.
paying attention, sorry.
So if you look prior in that same sentence, so it talks about amending sections 2, and then it has the full site, and 4, and then it has the full site, MCL 408.934. And then where I have it circled, it says adding section 4E, but it doesn't include what the site would be, which would be MCL 408.934E, which we have up above in the summary of purpose. So I think just in terms of a proper title here, you're supposed to include the full citation of what it would be.
And so this is not a challenge to 100 words
No,
issue that
no.
we handled previously.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with
Okay.
100 words. This is just the form. I mean, in theory, I could make all these things later, but I think it's to everyone's benefit if you agree with me that they be addressed now rather than after they've
I
been
just
circulated.
wasn't interested in relitigating
No,
100 word stuff.
no,
so-
I'm not talking about 100 words,
Okay.
I know better than that, so. That one took longer than we hoped, so. Any questions?
And so on page 2, I wrote down the number 2 in front of 2A. And what you're saying is there's no reason to have an A after the number 2, since
Right.
there's no 2B.
Exactly.
Is that your point for
And
that?
this section 2 was right above it, the current subsection 2, they're proposing to essentially delete, and I believe replace with what they have termed as 2A. So I don't know if there was a prior version that was, I don't know. I don't know why it's this way, but I don't think it's right.
The paragraph they crossed out right in front of that just had a 2
Right,
with parentheses around it, but they added an A below it for some reason.
right. I think the below, and I'm sure Mark will say if I'm incorrect, but I am assuming that the below, the 2A is replacing the current sub 2. It should just be a sub 2. I've just never seen legislation that would start 2A unless you were actually adding a new section 2A, like they are with this new section 4E, but that's not what they're saying, they're amending section 2. So I just think it's a mistake, so that's,
Okay, any other questions for the witness? Very good.
all right, thank you.
Let's have Mark come up to comment on what Andrea said.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is frankly ridiculous. Let's deal with the summary, which the board previously approved. That is, as Mr. Don has indicated, that's been approved. The line that in 8-point type that begins initiation of legislation to amend, that is the title of the legislation. That is our responsibility as sponsors of the petition. It's not before the board today as to the form of the petition. If Ms. Hanson and her client want to litigate later which is what must be done over whether that title is appropriate, they can do that. But they do that after the petition is circulated and the voters approve it. That's not within the board's jurisdiction this morning as to form, because again, it's from the title of the legislation, which, as your standard motion indicates, you all take no position on. So that's that explanation. Regarding the union bug, for decades, this board has allowed groups to place a union bug, a recycled sticker, and/or barcodes and other identifying information in that blank space. That is not part of the form of the petition. And that's why, again, that's not before the board here this morning, and there is no requirement that that union bug be an 8-point type. Turning to the back of the petition, same question, same issues, basically. If Ms. Hanson and her clients wish to quibble with the title of the legislation, with the reference to 4E and parts of acts, they can do so after the proposal is adopted by the voters. The title of the proposal and the text of the proposal, including the reference to 2A and this alleged spacing issue, are all for the courts after the petition drive has concluded and the voters have adopted it. You are not signing off by your motion this morning on any of the things that she has raised at all. They're not within your jurisdiction. They're not part of the form. And this is clearly nothing more than a stalling tactic to try to keep this petition off the streets. So I'd urge you to follow the recommendation of the staff, which has thoroughly reviewed this based on standards you've applied for decades. The form is correct, and I'd ask you to so approve it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions of the witness? Nope, okay, let me now call on Mr. Eric Doster. Would you wish to testify on this, Mr. Doster? On number 2, you said if necessary. I didn't call you up on number 2.
Wasn't necessary, number 2.
Okay, number 4 here. For the record, state and spell your name. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am licensed to practice law in the state of Michigan. First name Eric, E-R-I-C, last name Doster, D-O-S-T-E-R. And I'm speaking, I want to address the last point because it frankly affects the next petition before this board. And that is, I don't care, I guess we're going to refer to this as the union bug. The statute is very clear that there are certain required fonts or type sizes. Some are boldface, some are in capital letters, whatever. But the statute MCL 168.544C is very clear that it says, and I quote, "The balance of the petition must be printed in 8-point type." That applies not only to, the text, for example, the certificate of circulator. It applies to, under the circulator certificate, when you're talking about the signature of the circulator. It applies to the paid for by identifier, where it says paid for by wage, the wage, that's in the lower left-hand corner. That statement, by the way, is not required by the Michigan Election Code. The Bureau of Elections has asked that that be added pursuant to the Michigan Campaign Finance Act. So a petition sponsor can add, I suppose, other things that aren't required by the election code. However, when they do so, they must do so in 8-point type if it's printed text. Now, this environmental mark on that, I don't see that as being printed text. And so, I don't think that there's an 8-point type that you could put. I don't know how you could measure that. But certainly this, I guess it's referred to as a union bug, is text. And I have, there's no doubt that that's not 8-point type. It's clearly, it's maybe 4 at best, and you have to pull out a magnifying glass. So the fact here is that, again, the sponsor isn't required to put any kind of text on, this extraneous text, but once they do, it must be an 8-point type. And I'd like to remind the previous speaker that there was a challenge to 8-point type brought by the previous speaker to unlock 1 in the Michigan Supreme Court. And the allegation that was not accepted by the Michigan Supreme Court, not accepted by this board, was that the paid-for-by language, which is like right next to this union bug, was not an 8-point type. Again, under the same theory that the statute says, quote, "the balance of the petition must be printed in 8-point type." So that was that. So I would remind the previous speaker that he himself is challenged on the identical basis, the 8-point type requirement. And I do realize that this particular sponsor has submitted to the Bureau a printer's affidavit. But this is a false printer's affidavit, demonstrably false, because we have print here that's not an 8-point type. And in their printer's affidavit, again, they quoting the statutory requirement, the balance of the petition is 8-point type. Obviously, it's not. And the importance of that I want to stress to this board is that when the Bureau of Elections, as any petition sponsor, we have to bring in the printer's affidavit. That assists the Bureau of Elections, because they can speak for themselves, but I guarantee you when they get a petition, they don't pull out their micrometers and measure every letter or every word to make sure that it complies with the statutory type size requirements. So they rely upon the printer's affidavit when they make the recommendation. Then the board relies upon that printer's affidavit with making that recommendation. And those of us in the public that see that on the website rely upon that. So here they've submitted a demonstrably false affidavit. So this board has no statutory authority to approve a petition as to form, knowing that it has text in there that is not 8-point type. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the witness? Tony, go ahead.
With regard to Mr. Brewer's point on the title versus form with what Ms. Hanson brought up underneath the 100-word, underneath the summary, is there, I have difficulty distinguishing if we're approving the form and that things are correct on here, how is,
I didn't follow that, so I apologize.
there?
I'll let Ms. Hanson
I'm curious what the,
address that.
what the refutation of that would be.
I'm only here on the printer identifier and the text in the lower left-hand corner.
Any other questions from the witness?
No.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. No one else put a card in for this number, so it's up to the board now what we do from here. Discussion from the board. Jonathan, do you have any comments on what you heard?
Sure. So, I mean, first of all, there aren't, what we are in now is not a process where there's a specific statutory procedure. This is something that a policy the board has adopted to give approval as to form so that petitioner circulators know before they go out that the board has already looked at their petition, and it helps identify these challenges now as opposed to when the petitions are submitted with signatures. As far as some of the specific things that were raised, we don't look at or approve the title of the legislation section that is between the 100-word summary and the warning. So that's not something that we review. We do actually measure the typeface ourselves. We have a little clear ruler, which I can show you. And so we do require the printer's affidavit as well, but we do measure the typeface. We do not, we have not in the past evaluated the union bug. I mean, that's something that has been approved before, and so we follow the past practice. But as far as logos that have text within them, that's not something where we have in the past evaluated that as a font size. If Adam or Heather have anything to add, I would invite them to do so.
I have a couple questions if I can, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So one, I know that everyone has been referring to this as a union bug. It's actually the union label that would signify to those who would be signing that it was printed by a union printer. We do sometimes, as a labor member, we do refer to it as a union bug, but it is the union label. I just have questions, and it's more towards Bureau, of the percentage in the last 5 years of how many of our petitions actually have a union label on them. And is this the first time this has ever been brought for this board for that issue? And the question is on the bottom of these petitions, if you're saying, like, if we're looking at it, are you saying that that bottom part is something that you don't look at, that is not part of the form process? I'm just asking that.
So as far as the question about the union label or bug, I don't know the percentage, but the board has previously approved numerous petition forms that have that on there, including, I don't know if it was with this 4 members, but was it the National Popular Vote? The National Popular Vote one had a union label on it, and that was approved. Do we measure I'll let Adam answer if we measure the typeface on the paid for statement. I don't know the answer to that.
I do, usually. I just check to make sure it is excuse me, that it is in 8-point font and that it is present.
And one other thing I'll just note, because I forgot to say before, is we also don't review the substance of the text of a legislation and initiation of legislation. So when you go to the page that actually has the legislation that proposed and issued a law, that's also not something that we are recommending for approval when we recommend approval as to form.
So are you saying that bottom line isn't, I mean, you check the font size if it's the paid for, but are anything else that's additional that's not as, is that part of the form or?
So the paid for by statement is required under Section 47 of the Campaign Finance Act.
Okay.
Because anytime there's a printed matter that is, that a committee is spending money on, you have to just have that required disclosure on it. So that's why we required that on there. And I do check that for 8-point font because it's a required element.
Okay.
Okay, has anybody ever challenged the font size of the union label, as far as you know?
I'm not aware of that happening.
I mean, it's text, right? It is printed text,
It's actually not a text, it's actually a label.
but I've always thought it was just like a little globe.
No, it's actually, it's an actual label. So are you saying that?
I Googled it because when Andrea mentioned that there was words, I Googled to see what she was talking about. And if I'm looking at the right one, it's about like, if it's the IWW,
It just depends on which organization.
so there's actual words in there. And to me, that would require it to be an 8-point. I mean, we've been pretty clear about paying attention to technical details.
Oh, I
on this
understand,
body.
but what I'm saying too is that if that part of that form is something that they are not going, that they're not putting into that's not part of the form, that they're saying that they're only looking if it's an actual, that the paid for, but they're saying they're not looking at the recycling, the recycle symbol or any of that, because that's a symbol. But they're only looking at the actual text.
Aren't we opening up the issue though of if you want to add little signifiers at the end here, you can kind of do whatever you want? I feel like this should be
But it's been
pretty
in
clear
practice
cut.
for many years already. No one has ever challenged a union. I'm just,
I didn't even know there were words in it.
Anyway, the printer's affidavit is kind of what's at stake here, and it says that they're affidaviting, they're testifying, the printer is, to the size of the petition, 8.5 by 14. That includes the whole form of the petition, and that would include everything on it, I would think. And he's saying everything on it is 12-point font, or if it's not, it's 8-point font. It's what he's attesting to on the affidavit.
And we it was a Secure My Vote, the election one, I think it was, come back for a variety of L versus semicolon
their
issues.
printer affidavit was actually incorrect.
Right, but I agree with that, but like, that was a very technical issue we made them come back for, was, because we could have said simply, okay, fix this and you're good to go. We made them actually come back and show that they fixed it. And I've been pretty clear all along of following what the law states, and if the law is saying that that anything printed on here needs to be in 8-point font, if it's not specified some other form, that seems like a pretty clear violation to me.
But we've already approved one, Tony, that already, it has this on here, that no one challenged it. And now you're going to say you're challenging
Well,
it now?
if it would have been brought to my attention then, I would have had a problem with it then. As
Mr.
I
Chair.
mentioned.
Sorry.
Mary Ellen.
Yes. Mr. Doster says that this is not compliant with the statute. I believe that if he wants to challenge it in court, he can do so. But since this board has consistently, as I understand it, approved petitions which include this small union label, I think for us to change our position at this time would be a mistake. Let Mr. Doster go to court if he wants to. Now, obviously, it is the risk which is borne by the petition circulator that this might ultimately be held to be a violation of the requirements. But if the circulator is willing to bear that risk, then I don't think that we should refuse to do what we have consistently done in the past and approve the petition.
If I believe it's wrong, though, I have a problem indicating I think it's okay, because I have a feeling that would then be cited in court that, well, the board approved 4-0, that this was okay. And
But the board's
It's
approval
printed
does
tight.
not bind the court.
but I don't want to be putting myself in a position of indicating I think something is okay.
Okay. I think that when the affidavit says everything that's printed on here is 8-point font, that's what it says, and the affidavit is incorrect.
Are you saying that every affidavit that we have approved with a petition that has a union label on it are all now wrong?
If the
Is that
union
what you're
label
saying?
is not according to the affidavit, the answer is yes.
No, we couldn't.
Then every single petition that you have approved sitting on this board, Norm, for as long as you have been on this board are now
I
wrong?
haven't looked at whether they had union labels or not, Jeanette. I haven't paid attention.
But what your statement's saying right now is that it's not, that this affidavit is incorrect.
If it says 8-point font and that is an 8-point font, yes, it's incorrect.
I'm not even, the affidavit issue is beside the point to me. If this.
You're going more to the form of, it
Yes,
has to be.
this is the issue of, there is obviously written words on here that are not decipherable.
You're not going on yours.
I
I think I
guess-
understand where you're going, Tony, is that anything that's printed on there, you're stating that it has to be 8-point font. If there is,
Correct.
you're saying if there are words.
Correct. And if that makes the affidavit incorrect, well, then we can address that. But this, to me, that is the key point as to what Ms. Hanson brought up.
Okay. I appreciate your explanation. I was trying to.
I mean, can it?
Okay.
Remove it, right? I mean,
Or make it big, 8-point font.
I'm not interested in continuing to come back and have these meetings on this stuff, but that's pretty clear for me.
Okay, what's the board want to do on this? You want to throw a motion out there, you want to move on to the agenda?
I mean, I'll move that the board approve the form of the initiative petition submitted by Raise the Wage under the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to, 1, the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition, or 2, the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
No. The ayes 2-2. We're moving on to the next item on the agenda, item number 5. And we're gonna have the same problem, but I'll start with Mark Brewer. Come on up, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Brewer, Goodman Acker, on behalf of Reproductive Freedom for All. As I did before, I want to thank the staff for their cooperation in bringing this form to the standards that this board has used for decades prior to this. And, among other things, it's a violation of my client's rights to equal protection for the board to, on an ad hoc basis, as you just did, change standards on the fly. I'd ask that you treat these petitions fairly in the same way that you have treated petitions for decades, and this board has voted to approve. So I'd ask you to approve this petition as to form.
Okey dokey, any questions of the witness? I'd like to now call on Eric Doster. Eric, you want to pass? No. Not you coming up, okay.
Again, Eric Doster, on behalf of citizens to support my women and children. And again, I just raised the same issue, the union bug issue, the union identifier, whatever, the printer identifier issue. And I do want to, I only, for some reason, can only find one copy, but I'll give this to Mr. Brader.
Thanks.
I'll identify it, it's, all it is just an affidavit that is not disputed before this board, and that is that the union identifier before this board is certainly not in 8-point font. And to the extent that, again, that this board should blindly approve the form of a petition where there's print or text on the petition that is contrary to the statutory requirements, you don't have the authority. To my knowledge, I do not believe that this has ever been challenged before the board before or resolved by the board. So now that's been brought to your attention, your statutory duty is clear. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Doster? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Doster.
Thank you.
And I just been given an affidavit from Scott Greenlee. Where did this come from?
That was something that Mr. Doster gave me.
hand it to Mr. Brader.
It's Mr. Greenlee's statements about the typeface on that petition, and I was just handing it down to eventually make it to Marcy.
It's not in dispute that this is, that the text on that unit identifier is not an 8-point type, but to the extent that that ever becomes an issue, this board now has an affidavit that's clearly that text is not.
Okay. What's the board's pleasure?
I move that the board approve the form of the constitutional amendment submitted by Reproductive Freedom for All, with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Number 5. Yes, number 5. Discussion, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
No. The motion fails 2-2. We're going to move on with the agenda.
I
Item
have a
number.
question. Do all of these remaining have that issue?
I have no idea.
I think so. We'll double check, but I believe that, so Michiganders for Fair Lending 2 is also seeking approval as to form. So is my right to vote with regard to both of their petitions. And so is Promote the Vote 2022. And so is Michigan Institute for Community Health. So I don't know whether they all have that same issue on them, but I think we can verify that. At least some of them do.
Well, the next one does, as I peel back the petition. What's your point, Mr.
Well, is there any idea or direction of, should we see if they want to, like, say that they're going to fix this and address it and we move forward on that? Or is it best if we lay out the opposition and all of these go to court? I'm curious what the.
But I think the approval to form, you would need you know, on those, you're making the assumption that.
My assumption would be if it's 2-2, then that would perhaps give the proponents, they would challenge in court.
Well, they want a 2-2 vote, yeah.
No, they don't need to, because the approval as to form is not necessary for them to circulate the petition.
They might want a 2-2 vote. As opposed to us not taking it up at all. Or they can wait until a new printer's affidavit, then we can take it up.
Right, that was the point. But if we're willing to wait for new printers affidavits and they're gonna remove it or fix it, and then that approval is provided for them.
Let's ask Mr. Brewer. Mr. Brewer, I'm assuming you're on a lot of these. Would you want us to vote 2-2 or you want us to wait till a printer's affidavit? Your call.
Your 2-2 vote is what I need, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Very good. Let's move on with the agenda then. Number 6, yes, number 6. Number 6, Jonathan, tell us what it's about.
So this is a petition for initiation of legislation submitted by Michiganders for Fair Lending. This petitioner also previously submitted a initiative petition that the board approved 100 words for. This is similar but different. The three most notable differences, in my opinion, from the previous version that addressed some of the requirements and limitations on deferred presentment service transactions, which they refer to as payday loans. The three biggest differences that are reflected in the summary are: one, they add a new name for the law. Second, they refer to those licensed to make these transactions as payday lenders. And 3, they require there be a consumer warning that advises people who are engaging in these transactions of what the maximum rate is. So the summary that I'm proposing generally hews to the same language where I thought that this petition did the same thing as the previous version, but then it does add some differences with regard to those 3 items. So with that, I will read this summary. It's 93 words. Initiation of legislation amending the deferred presentment service transaction 2005 PA 244, MCL 47.2121, 47.2122, 47.2152, 47.2153, and 47.2160, and adding MCL 47.2160A2, rename the law the Limit Interest Rates and Fees on Payday Loans Act, describe deferred presentment service transactions as payday loans and licensees as payday lenders, prohibit service fees on these loans that are above an average percentage rate of 36% and require a consumer warning of the maximum rate, deem transactions that exceed this rate void and unenforceable, and provide powers to the Attorney General to enforce and penalize attempts to evade the Act's requirements.
Okay, so that what you just read is what you sent us without the words which lowers the total allowable rate.
That's right. I believe we have a submission from the petition sponsors that are seeking.
To add those words.
Yeah, I believe that's what they want.
So you read, so what
Yeah.
we have here, the proposed revision would add those words, but you read it without the words. Okay,
Right.
is that it for you, Jonathan?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, so
ahead,
are they
Tony.
pulling the one we dealt with earlier?
I don't know what they're planning to do with that one. They have what they need to circulate that if they wish to do so, or they don't have the approval as to form, but the
Because I was
100
gonna
words.
say we didn't do form.
So basically, the board has approved the wording of that petition, so if they could proceed with that one, they could also proceed with this one or both, just depending on what they decide to do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna call on Scott Eldridge. Scott, you're a licensed attorney in Michigan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for the record, would you state and spell your name?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Scott Eldridge from Miller Canfield on behalf of Michiganders for Fair Lending. First name Scott, S-C-O-T-T. Last name Eldridge, E-L-D-R-I-D-G-E.
It's all yours, Scott.
Thank you, sir. Director Brader's summary is adequate under 482B for our purposes in all but one small respect, but a critical respect in our view. And it requires a simple addition, and that's that additional language that we placed at your seats on that piece of paper in front of you in the blue text to add 6 words to the end of Mr. Brader's fourth clause describing the 36% maximum rate cap that we're reducing this allowable charge rate to add, quote, which lowers the total allowable rate, end quote, to make clear that this new 36% maximum APR rate we're proposing is indeed a reduction or a lowering from what the statute currently permits, which is astonishingly up to 400% APR. And so we believe that adding those simple words does not disrupt the remainder of Mr. Brader's summary, but the voters should be very made aware of the fact that this is a lowering, a reduction of that rate. If we just leave Mr. Brader's language as is, which is accurate, it doesn't give the full picture as to where 36 fits in the context of the current allowable maximum rate. So we think it's critical to best apprise the people and the voters of the state of Michigan that this is in fact lowering the maximum allowable rate to 36%. And we ask that you add that language for that purpose to satisfy 42B. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Sure. Any questions, Mr. Eldridge? And what's going to be the lowest rate an Indian reservation can charge?
I don't know the answer to that, sir.
It's unlimited, right?
I don't know the answer to that, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much for coming in. Andrea Hansen, you want to speak on this?
Yes, please.
Come on up.
I have not seen what Mr. Eldridge is proposing, so I'm a little bit at a disadvantage, but I would say that,
You want a copy of it?
sure.
Well, it's what was read into the record.
It's in.
With the 6 words added.
Okay, so I'll address that one first. I would object to that strenuously, because it is, and we discussed this last time when we did the summary of purpose, this is not necessarily a reduction or lowering of the rate. I mean, we're really comparing apples and oranges here because they're putting in an APR maximum, and there isn't of an APR. It's a totally different structure. You're not allowed to, under the current law, charge interest. It's a service fee based on the amount, based on the period of time. Nobody's borrowing this money for a year. It's just, it's not a proper comparison, and some of them are going to would be lower, some of them might not be lower, some of them might be the same. So to say it's lower is just not accurate, and it's clearly designed just to make the proposal look more appealing rather than just objective, which is what the purpose of the summary is. My comments to what Director Brader proposed, I mean, generally, I think it's fine. It's a reasonable compromise, fairly nonpartisan. My only 2 comments, and they're pretty minor, but I will.
Thank you.
So my first comment is with respect to what they call the consumer warning of the maximum rate. And I know they call it a warning, I concede that in the proposed amendment. But it's not a warning. I mean, a warning, it's really, if anything, it's a warning to the lender that you're not allowed. I mean, the statute puts a maximum rate, and then they call this a warning to the consumer, but a warning to a consumer, a warning is supposed to be something that you're warning someone not to do, and then there's consequences. There's nothing for the consumer to do here. It's the lender that's not allowed to charge a certain rate, and then if they violate the statute, then they don't get their money back. They get penalized. And so it's really, you can call it a warning, but at best it's a notice. And so I would change the word to notice, just because I think that's a more accurate representation of what this actually does. And then my second comment is with respect to the Attorney General's powers. And I think the sponsor had asked for actually what I'm asking for too, which is just language saying it provides powers to the Attorney General to enforce the Act's requirements. When you get into penalizing attempts to evade the Act, I think that's a little bit more complicated given what's being proposed in this amendment. If somebody attempts to evade, then the Attorney General has some equitable powers, but first they have to give the alleged violator an opportunity to cease and desist. There's a whole process in place. There's a lot of things that would or most likely would happen before anyone would get penalized. And so I just don't think the way it's worded is entirely accurate. So my suggestion is that we just be 100% accurate. And again, it's consistent with what the sponsor requested, so I don't think they would have an objection to the language just saying provide powers to the Attorney General to enforce the Act's requirements.
Any questions, Andrea? Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, come on back up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
First, regarding the proposed change that Ms. Hanson is suggesting about changing warning to notice, the actual petition that we're submitting adds a new definition to Section 2, which is Section Subparens S, as in Scott, to create a new warning that's called, quote, the payday lender consumer warning. And it goes on to say what that means, and it says it means the following statement: warning, payday lenders may not charge interest or fees on a payday loan that exceeds at 36% annually, and any violation of this rule renders the payday loan void and unenforceable. That warning, that uses the word warning and is defined in the proposal as a warning, has to be affixed to loan documents, papers that they present to consumers who are utilizing these payday loans. And so we think it's absolutely critical to satisfy 482B, which is our obligation here today, to include what exactly it is that's going into this petition, which is an actual warning, not a notice. And so we encourage you to follow the law in Section 42B and include and apprise the people of what actually is in this petition, because that's what our job is here today, not hide it and disguise it as something it's not. If this petition were adopted by the people and became law, it would include the word warning in it. And so the petition summary needs to also reflect that. With respect to the text that we're asking you to simply add and further clarify again for the people and apprise them of the actual purpose of this petition is in fact a lowering of the rate. And it is described in the statute currently as a percentage rate. Section 33 of the statute, the sections that allow payday lenders to charge up to 400% on an annual basis are the provisions that we are asking the people to strike. And we are striking from the statute, removing their ability to provide loans with an APR that amounts to 400%. And those words that we're striking include the word percent. And we're adding language that says an annual percentage rate of 36% is going to be the new lowered maximum amount allowable. So again, we think it's critical to make clear for the people that this is an actual new lowered percentage rate, not just a 36% rate cap. Happy to answer any other questions that you have.
One that I may be stating it confusingly because I'm having trouble in my own head. Will prohibit service fees on these loans that are above an annual percentage rate of 36%, which lowers the total allowable rate, et cetera. Are there instances where they could be under 36%? So that's, in that instance, it's not lowering their rate? Because to me, that creates a bit of confusion.
So it's a good question, but I think that the important point here is what is allowable by the payday lenders? That's the point, not could someone charge less than 36%? Of course they could, but this would prohibit them from from allowing them to charge more than 36%. And the current state of the law allows them to charge well more than 36%, up to 400%. And so can they? Yes, but this is explaining to the people, what we're asking you to explain to the people, is that this is going to lower the maximum allowable charge that can be imposed.
Thank you. In that instance, maximum seems like a better word than total. A little more clarifying, but
We'd be fine with maximum instead of total.
answer my question.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for me?
I'm looking at the proposed statute, and it does include the word warning and not notice. So I think that having the word warning in the 100-word summary does accurately reflect what the statute, what the proposed statute does. In addition, I think that that adding the total maximum, or excuse me, which lowers the maximum allowable rate, clarifies what the statute does, because it specifically provides that an annual percentage rate of 30, that the lender cannot charge more than an annual percentage rate of 36%.
And I think generally I agree with that. I also think the issue that Ms. Hanson brought up about the last portion, enforce and penalize attempts, I think that's just extra words, duplicative, where enforce the act's requirements is perfectly fine.
I think when we look at the petition, what that was submitted was, I believe it says Attorney General, provide powers to the Attorney General to enforce the act's requirements. But I think for clarification's sake, going back to the notice versus warning, in the petition, it does say payday consumer warning. So I think adding payday so that it actually follows what is actually on the petition would clarify that.
Say that again?
With regard to the language penalize attempts to evade, I think that clarifies that this includes criminal penalties as well as civil penalties, which I think is an important distinction for purposes of the statute. You know, certainly there are statutes, many, which are enforceable only by civil penalties, but penalize, at least it says to me, that it allows criminal enforcement through criminal penalties.
It's got payday lender consumer warning.
I forgot lender.
Is that payday lender for the lender or for the consumer?
It's a warning that is going to be required to be affixed to the documentation that the lenders give to the consumers. That says, warning, this is not going to be enforceable by the payday lenders if they evade or exceed the rate cap. Our proposal, if you look at
So
the
it's
actual
a warning
language,
against the lender, but the consumer's going to read it.
that in our statute says, yes, that's right. The consumer is going to have the benefit of of seeing that warning that
It's
the
not against
lenders.
the consumer, it's against the lender.
Correct. Lenders are warned that they cannot do this, or otherwise it's going to be deemed unenforceable and void. And we've added, quote, the payday lender consumer warning. That's what it's called. That's
So I
the
forgot
new-
the lender.
That's the yes, that's the new definition that we're adding to subparents S in section 2.
That's what it should be called then.
Yeah.
Any other questions to the witness? Okay, Scott, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, this does have the bug on it.
Yeah.
Oh, Andrea, come on.
I just want to make just a brief comment on I really have an issue with saying that it's lowering the rate. I mean, if you look at the current statute, and again, this is all very confusing because you're applying, there's not going to be an annual rate applied really, but the current statute has all of these different percentages, and it talks about it cannot exceed 15% for the first $100, 14% for the second $100, 13% for the third $100. I mean, there's all of these things in the current statute which they're eliminating and replacing, which is fine. But to say that a 36% maximum rate is going to reduce in all circumstances, it's just not true. So I think what the director has here is is way more accurate and fair and nonpartisan, and it is what it is. It's prohibiting service fees that exceed this amount. That's what it does. So I just wanted to add that comment.
Well, Andrea, while you're there, I mean, you suggest in what you handed us, take out the word warning and put in notice and have it read, require a consumer notice. What if we put in there, require a payday lender consumer warning? And just repeat what's in the app. A payday lender consumer warning.
Well, again, I think I actually like what is here better than that, because I think that's even more confusing. Because I think that whole thing it's just really confusing, because you're saying a payday lender, I mean, you're adding in all of these new things that seem to have a meaning that they really don't. So at least in this, it's a little bit more, like these new, in my view, this new title and some of these new warnings they read like campaign mailers. Like it's not really necessarily reflective of what they're doing. And so to include them in a summary is really not objective. So if I have to choose, I will choose what we already have than adding all of that.
So
Although it's not my decision, I realize.
I'm not saying this to be glib. In listening to the arguments from you and from Mr. Eldridge, to me, it seems like what Mr. Brader has put forward is a good product, because when I was reading through these things last night and I was looking for where potential issues may arise from different sides, this one I thought, well, maybe the payday loan issue, but then I looked and it's in the actual language and I thought, okay, this should fly pretty quickly. And obviously that hasn't happened yet, so I'm of the mindset that this is pretty good and we should consider moving forward with what Mr. Brader's put forward.
Okay, well, let's run into the record. Mary Ellen?
Yeah, yes, I have a question for Ms. Hanson. You would concede that what the statute provides is for a warning. Is that not true?
I will concede, well, what they're proposing, that they are calling it a warning.
But in the statutory language, which we're trying to provide a summary of,
Yep.
it calls it a warning,
It
not
does.
a notice. In addition, I don't understand your argument that 36% is not the maximum allowable rate.
Oh, it is the maximum allowable rate. I don't have a problem with that. My issue is with saying that it is going to reduce what the maximum allowable rate is. I don't have an issue with saying that what the director has right now, which says prohibit service fees that are above an annual percentage rate, or even to say a maximum, I'm fine with that.
But it's the maximum allowable rate. Somebody might charge less, as Mr. Eldridge said, but they cannot charge more. Is
Yeah,
that-
I'm fine with that. My issue is with using the word reduce.
I'm sorry, your issue is what?
With using the word reduce.
The new blue words, she doesn't.
Right, but it does reduce the maximum allowable rate, does it not?
It doesn't under all circumstances because
Right.
of the way the statute's written right now, and these aren't annual loans. So I
But-
think it's misleading.
I don't understand how it doesn't reduce the maximum allowable rate. I understand that there may be some circumstances in which a lower rate is charged, but it does lower the maximum allowable rate. Isn't that true?
I don't know that that's true, and I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert on how these loans work, because I'm not, or even APR. But when I read the statute, the current statute, not as proposed to be amended, it talks about maximum rates of 15% for first $100, 14% for second $100, 13%, et cetera. And it goes through. Now, I realize if you add, these can change and mean different things, but if we're looking to really tell somebody what is happening with this proposed amendment, I think to say it's reducing to have a maximum rate is misleading. I think if you want to include that it can be at a maximum rate of 36%, I'm fine with that. I mean, I think that's accurate. That is the maximum rate. My issue is with saying that it is lowering the rate, because I don't think that is necessarily an accurate reflection of what this proposed amendment would do based on what the statute currently says.
I certainly agree with you that the statute as it is written is exceedingly confusing. And that a payday borrower would have no ability to understand what interest rate is being charged, given the way the statute is written. So what I understand the clarification, the amendment to be, and the clarification is that you cannot be charged more than 36%, which is less, which lowers the maximum rate.
I don't know that, what I'm saying is I don't think that that's necessarily true, that it's lowering. And what makes it even more confusing is the current, which, I mean, I read this a million times, it's very confusingly written. So the current statute, it also prohibits the charging of interest rates. And the proposed amendment deletes that prohibition. So I'm assuming we are now allowing interest to be charged, but we're setting a maximum. So I even thought about saying we should add that in, but I thought, oh, this is so complicated as it is. I will, just saying that this is the maximum service fee, I think that is reflective of what is happening. We don't get into the fact that you can't technically charge interest now, but with the proposed amendment, you would be able to charge interest, what 36 APR means when you're talking about loans that can sometimes be for days. It's not a year. The statute as written talks about 13%, 14% interest. If we're going to try and do an actual accurate summary of everything this proposed amendment would do when we're talking about interest rate service fees, I think we're going to need a lot more than 100 words. But to just say lower, I don't think it's accurate. I think it's misleading. But again, if you want to put in maximum, that's fine. Again, consumer notice versus warning, I don't think it's quite right, but again, that's not something, it's fine. But to say the lower or reduce, I really take great issue with that.
Okay, any questions, Andrea? Scott, got something else you want to say? Briefly, sir. Okay.
Thank you. It absolutely does lower the maximum allowable rate. And this is the most critical part of this proposal, and the people should know about it. What I haven't heard from Ms. Hanson or anyone else is a denial that payday lenders can charge up to 400% APR right now. And what we're proposing is converting the calculation to an annual percentage rate, an APR that cannot exceed 36%, which is considerably lower what can be charged if it's converted to an APR. The 15% on the first $100 that's allowed to be charged, the 14% on the second 100, and so on, that it currently exists in the statute. When you convert that into an APR, it greatly exceeds 36% because that's what's allowed now, and our proposal would not allow that to happen, and thus it lowers it. And this is a critical point that needs to be included in that petition summary, and we ask that you do indeed add those 6 simple words. We're okay with using maximum instead of total. We think that's an acceptable alternative, but we urge you to adopt that language. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, board.
I just have one more comment about this in terms of discussion. And that is that when I look at this, 36% seems pretty high to me. Now, I'm not a payday borrower, but 36% is a lot. So the fact that it is that this 36% is lower than what it currently is, that I think that's important for the.
And if you convert the current allowable percentage rates into an APR, which we're now doing, but if you do that, if you convert the current statutory language into an APR, the minimum is way more than 36%. In most instances, we're talking 100+% to 400% on these as converted into an APR as things exist now.
And the average length of these loans are about what?
Typically, a couple weeks.
Couple weeks?
Yeah, and you extrapolate that out. So a $500 2-week loan has charges that are allowable under the current statute of like 60-some plus dollars on a $500 loan. If you extrapolate that out and convert it in APR, that's 341%.
Yeah.
That's allowable on a 2-week loan of $500. On our petition, and if our petition is adopted, the maximum rate would be, go from 341% in my example, down to
It would go from
36%.
$60 down to what?
I went to liberal arts college, so
I'm serious. What's 36% of $500 divided by 25? That's what it would be.
yeah.
Yeah, so they would be out of business. These people have plenty of money.
I
They
don't
couldn't
know
do
about
it.
that, sir. What I'm telling you
I
though.
mean,
is
that's
our-
why the union, the Indian reservation will take over this business. That's fine. I mean.
Our petition is not aimed at any tribes or things of that nature. We're here just to simply satisfy 42B, and our proposal to satisfy 42B requires it to explain to the people that this maximum allowable rate is going down, and it's going down considerably. And if we leave that out, I don't think we're doing our jobs under the statute to apprise the people of the purpose of this proposal, and this is the central purpose of this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Scott. What's the board's pleasure?
Well, I would propose that we do add, which lowers the maximum allowable rate, as Mr. Eldridge proposes, and that otherwise we approve the language which Mr. Brader has given us.
Okay, is that a motion?
So if I could just, so first of all, I would just say that, my starting point for the summary was trying to describe things the same way that the board approved them with the same language last time. So that's where this wording came from. That's not to say that it couldn't be different. I don't have a problem with using which lowers the maximum allowable rate. I think that's accurate because it is true that if you translate the fee schedule that's currently allowed into an APR, which I believe can be done because the Attorney General's website has those things listed on them as APRs, that if you compare the maximum APR that an institution can charge now versus the maximum APR that they could charge if this were enacted, the number under the enacted law would be lower. So I think that's an accurate statement. I do think there is some deduction required there because currently we don't have something that's expressed as an APR, but I think that is a factual statement. So I don't have a problem with saying which lowers the maximum allowable rate. I think it's accurate with or without that language. So I would be comfortable with either one of those. And I would just say in terms of penalized attempts to evade, I mean, I think it's accurate either way. I think the adding penalized attempts to evade expresses the fact that this initiated law does add sections that are specifically aimed at penalizing attempts to evade. And I think that's why the board wanted that language in there last time. So with that said, I'm flexible, but that's sort of my perspective on it.
Okay,
It is the director's wording that we have to approve.
That's correct. I would like to draft something that I am confident the board will approve before we use the printers, which always takes longer than we think it will. But having said that, I mean, I would be willing to put a summary before you that adds which lowers the maximum allowable into the summary.
so basically what you read in with that change is what we're talking about, then you prepare it.
I could do that,
Is that
yes.
okay with everybody? That's what's coming. Okay?
Okay.
And we're gonna let that happen and move forward on the agenda. Any objection to that?
Well, we need to, I'm sorry, we want to print it out and put it before we vote on it, just to make sure there's
Oh,
no.
we can't keep talking about the agenda?
Well, the agenda, the next one is to form.
We'll
And then
keep-
we have
well, I mean, we'll go on to
We
number
know where that's
8.
going.
We'll go on to number 8.
I would prefer to just, I'm sorry, but I prefer to just go one by one because I need to add them for
Okay.
multiple things.
We'll take a
So
recess
Why don't we
then.
print
Thank
this
you.
out as fast as we can?
Recess.
Which lowers the maximum allowable
Recess at
rate,
the
and
call
then
of the
that
chair.
puts it 79. Okay, go ahead.
Except for Adam, I don't know where Adam is. There.
Adam
He's
is
right
coming
there.
in the door.
Okay. We're gonna call back to order.
copy.
We have our new hot off the press, 100 words.
Yes.
Jonathan, I think for the record,
Your copy.
you probably should read the
Thank
new
you.
100 words in.
Right, so this is an updated draft that I'm proposing and is now 99 words. Initiation of legislation amending the Deferred Presentment Service Transaction Act, 2005 PA 244, MCL 47.2121, 47.2122, 47.2152, 47.2153, and 47.2160, and adding MCL 47.2160A to rename the law the Limit Interest Rates and Fees on Payday Loans Act. Describe deferred presentment service transactions as payday loans and licensees as payday lenders. Prohibit service fees on these loans that are above an annual percentage rate of 36%, which lowers the maximum allowable rate, and require a consumer warning of the maximum rate. Deem transactions that exceed this rate void and unenforceable, and provide powers to the Attorney General to enforce and penalize attempts to evade the Act's requirements.
Okay, questions, Jonathan? Or any discussion? What's the board's pleasure?
I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the summary of the purpose of the initiation petition sponsored by Michiganders for Fair Lending 2 is drafted by the Director of Elections and presented by the Director on February 11th, 2022.
Support.
Moved and supported, discussion on that motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, say no. The motion passes 4-0. We'll move along with the agenda. Number 7, consideration of the form of the petition submitted by Michiganders for Fair Lending 2. Well, Jonathan, we got the form. I'm looking at my blue book here.
We do have a form.
We got a printer's affidavit, right?
So the form, you'll find a copy of the 8.5 by 14 form under tab 6, so it's the longer piece of paper sticking out. So we've reviewed this. Our past practice would be, although there's been some discussion of this among the board members, the board's past practice has been to provide conditional approval as to form with the understanding that they're going to update the wording of the summary to what the board approved. So that would be the subject there. We have reviewed this petition and it meets the statute requirements, although, I mean, it does have the same, well, I don't know if it's the same union label, it has a union label on it.
Yeah.
So there's the same issue for the board there, but otherwise, we would present this to you for approval as, conditional approval as to form.
Okay. What's the board's pleasure?
Where's the motion? That's it. Okay, so if anybody wants to make a motion, it's under tab 7.
You want to come up, Scott? Come on
If
up.
it's a different label, does this one have text in it as well?
It's in your book, Tony. Just peel it back to look
I
at it.
can't see it.
Sorry.
I just
Thanks,
find
sir.
an objection
Yeah.
that we are changing the course of how we have approved petitions for, since I was appointed on this board in 2013, at this meeting. I don't agree with a conditional approvals to form on the same day as 100-word summaries, but I don't feel that the votes made by my fellow board members no in a union label that's been affixed to many petitions in the state is where we should be going as a board today.
So, I mean, you're going to be a no vote, but for a different reason?
I'm absolutely a no vote, but for an absolutely different reason, and that is because I have very publicly have stated that I do not agree with conditional approvals to form.
Yeah. Scott, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do ask that you conditionally approve this petition as to form, basically now, I guess, on 2 conditions. For the record, we respectfully disagree with the determination that a union label or logo is subject to the statutory type requirement that's embedded in the statute. I'm not going to belabor that point. I understand everyone's position on it. But that leads me to this, I guess, the second condition that we'd ask you to approve this with. The first, of course, is that our new petition summary will match what you just got done approving. but we'll also be removing the union label. And we ask that you conditionally approve this, subject to those two things happening. And then, of course, we have an obligation to file the revised petition with Mr. Brader's office before we can start circulating. We'll certainly do that. That'll give them the opportunity to confirm and verify for you all that we have satisfied those two conditions, subject to your approval. With respect to the process of conditional approval, this is something this board has done numerous times, and it's really designed for efficiency purposes more than anything. Otherwise, we'll have to come back another time to reconvene when the form is going to be exactly what you see now, minus the union label and with the recently approved petition summary.
Right. Okay,
So we
thanks,
ask that
Scott.
you approve it. Thank you.
Okay, what's the board's
I've
pleasure?
consistently been okay with conditional approval. And I brought this up earlier, the issue of if folks were willing, just wanted to take the label off, you're stating you are.
We don't think it's a problem to be on there, but we understand the discussion today. We're going to take it off. If you approve it with that condition, we will indeed take it off when we refile it.
That is fine with me, and it fits with consistent of conditional approval with what I've been a part of in the last year.
No.
I don't have any problem with conditional approval. Driving from Detroit in the winter is not something that I want to do too often.
Then if that's the case, I'm going to make sure I have the right tab here.
7.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Front of 7 or back of 7?
As soon as you open 7.
So if the motion is to do conditional approval for both the 100 words and the union label, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I would recommend in that case using recommended motion 1, but adding on the condition that the summary language is updated to the summary approved by the board and that the union label is removed.
Okay.
Right.
In that instance, please bear with me if I try to do this on the fly. Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the form of the initiative petition submitted by Michiganders for Fair Lending with the understanding that the summary as approved by the board will be added to the petition and the union label will be removed, and that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Support.
Moved and supported. Discussion on the motion. Jonathan, is that appropriate in your opinion?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's consistent with the board's practice, I think.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
The motion passes 3-1. Jeanette is the one. Okay, we're gonna move on to number 8 on our calendar here, agenda. Honorable summary, Michigan right to vote A. Jonathan, take it away.
Yeah. Okay, so this is, so My Right to Vote has submitted 2 different initiative petitions. This is the first one. It's a constitutional amendment and it concerns the process that we're going through now. So this would change the Constitution's provisions with regard to voter-initiated referendums as well as voter-initiated legislation. So the summary, which is exactly 100 words, numbers don't count, and hyphenated words count as 1 word. The summary that I've drafted is Constitutional Amendment 2, make the deadline to submit petition signatures for a voter-initiated referendum to approve or reject a law 6 months after its enactment instead of 90 days after legislative session. Allow referendums on laws with funding appropriations. Require petition signatures for voter-initiated laws be submitted 120 days before Election Day. Require that petition signatures for voter-initiated laws and referendums be counted on a statewide basis 6 days before Election Day and be determined valid if gathered within 2 years of filing. Eliminate legislature's power to approve voter-initiated law without governor's ability to veto. Require 3/4 vote for legislature to reenact laws rejected by referendums.
Okay. Anything more, Jonathan, before we go to witnesses?
That's all from me for now.
Okay. Let me scan. Okay, Fred Green. Fred, are you a licensed attorney in Michigan?
I am.
Good for you. For the record, state and spell your name for the record, Fred.
It's Fred, F-R-E-D, B like in B, Green, like the color, G-R-E-E-N.
Thank you, Fred. Take it away.
Thanks. First, I want to distribute our recommended changes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so our recommended changes should be, they're simple and they should be non-controversial. Because they deal, I believe, with an inadvertent mistake. Mistakes, actually, two of them. First of all, as you can tell just by reading it, as we just heard, it says that referendums, the period of time to collect signatures has been extended from 6 to 6 months from 90 days. You go further down near the end, it talks about signatures for voter-initiated laws and referendums being counted on a statewide basis, blah, blah, and determined valid if gathered within 2 years of filing. It can't both be extended to 6 months from 90 days and also 2 years. What I think Jonathan meant, and the second part was, require that petition signatures for voter-initiated laws and constitutional amendments be counted on a statewide basis, 60 days before Election Day, and be determined valid if gathered within 2 years of filing. That is what we did in our amendment. We changed the time to collect signatures for constitutional amendments and for initiatives to 2 years. We recommended changing it to delete that introductory part about require petition signatures for voter-initiated laws to be submitted 120 days before election, to move that down, to say, require that petition signatures for voter-initiated laws and constitutional amendments, not referendums, be counted on a statewide basis, 60 days before Election Day, be determined valid if gathered within 2 years of filing, and be submitted 120 days before Election Day. That covers both initiatives and constitutional amendments. Do you want me to talk about the second thing, or do you want to digest that?
Unless somebody has the question, keep right on going. Chris.
Okay. The second problem is we have an incomplete phrase. It says at the very end, it requires voters of 3/4 the vote of legislature to reenact laws rejected by referendums. Well, that omits a key part of the petition. If you read the petition, it specifically says that it allows voters or 3/4 vote of the legislature to enact laws rejected by referendums. And that's what we want to change it to make it accurate. It should be complete and not half. That's called an omission, and it's misleading.
Okay, Fred, if you can, just tell, for my sake, how are you changing current law with this change? Tell me what the difference, 2 years, right now, what is it, 180 days?
Yes, that's correct. Statutory 180 days.
Okay, so right now it's 6 months and you're going 2 years.
Yep, for both
That's-
initiatives and
That's
constitutional
one major
amendments.
change. What other major changes are you making here?
As the beginning says, we're going from 6 months, we're going to 6 months for referendum after the enactment of the law, instead of 90 days after the legislative session.
Okay,
I mean, otherwise, I think the summary was fine, except for those 2 points. It covers the major changes.
so basically, but the governor can always veto
I'm sorry.
whatever the legislature approves in this process. Right now, like Snyder couldn't veto prevailing wage removal. But now he could have if this was a law.
That Snyder could have.
If this was passed.
No. This is saying that it neither goes to the legislature or the governor. It goes straight to a vote of the people. The people propose the initiative, the people propose a constitutional amendment. It goes solely to a vote of the people.
Oh, I see. So the legislature doesn't have anything to do with
No,
initiative
they can't
anymore.
accept or reject anymore.
Okay.
8% of the people don't have the right to make law.
And as I read what Jonathan had put forward, I took that eliminate legislature's power to approve voter-initiated law without governor's ability to veto to essentially mean the governor could now veto. This is removing the legislature entirely.
Right, they cannot accept, cannot reject.
That's got to be made clear. Is that made clear in your language?
Now, I think I repeat what he had.
Well, Jonathan, we got to make that clear.
I also want to say
That's
that,
a major change.
I also wanted to say that we're also can collect signatures on a statewide basis. That was another change that's in here. Meaning, you don't just have to have people sign by county. You can sign anybody to this petition from any county
Oh, the
on the same
petition doesn't have to
page.
say what county you live in.
That's correct. Correct.
That's tough for the people here to check the signatures.
It can be done.
Well, you-
Snap.
Yeah.
Sounds like you got a volunteer for petition review, gentlemen.
Okay, any other questions? I mean, Jonathan, I think these words got to be changed to make sure that, that the legislature and the governor are taken out of out of the line,
And to fix the mistakes.
out of the chain.
Is there anyone here to oppose what is
No,
written or what Mr. Green?
There is nobody
Okay.
else that submitted a card on this number of our agenda.
Generally, what Mr. Green has laid out, I think I'm following. The issue of the legislature's power and the governor's ability to veto probably just needs a little more clarifying.
Any other questions, Mr. Green?
No, I was just looking at it to see if I could help you come up with language, but
Yeah.
I mean, would it be fair just to say eliminate legislature's power to approve voter-initiated law?
I think that's a lot clearer. Yeah.
Where would that go?
Without governor's ability to veto, it's pretty confusing.
Because the governor's not involved in the process now. And what we're really changing is the legislature's ability to do this.
Right.
I think we're clarifying, I think removing the last, that part is.
We are going to remove it.
Oh,
Okay.
absolutely.
I'm sorry, without governor's ability.
I think if we remove without governor's ability to veto, because I think what I think you're probably trying to go, I think where the director was probably trying to go is to kind of clarify what the process is now, but I think it just confuses what the purpose of the petition is saying.
Yep.
I do think adding constitutional amendments is essential. I mean, this amends Article 12, Section 2 on constitutional amendments.
So I think there's three separate issues that have been raised. The first, I guess, is I think the simplest, going in reverse order from the submission here, is the clarification that voters, in addition to the legislature, can enact laws rejected by referendums. I mean, that's true. I think the summary that I proposed with regard to that issue presumed that people understood that that was true, and that what we were talking about is the restrictions on the legislature if the legislature was going to try to reenact something that had been rejected. So I don't have a problem with adding required voters if we have room for it. I don't think that would make it inaccurate. As far as the
Where would that go, Jonathan?
well, it would go, I guess it would go at the end in the last clause. So currently it says 3/4 vote of legislature,
Okay.
and so
Okay,
we
so
would add
he-
voters or,
Fred put it in his.
yeah.
And if-
Okay.
But if we remove without governor's ability to veto, that gives us some.
Yeah, we'll have words there if we do that. I think, so yes, what I thought was important to explain, but apparently was not explained very clearly, in most people's estimation, was that right now, the legislature can pass a law that's proposed through an initiative with sufficient signatures, and the governor can't veto that. That's an unusual
Right.
provision. That's going away. But it is accurate, I mean, it's still accurate if you take that out. Because currently, like, what this would say, this does say, that the Constitution would now say that the legislature may not accept that measure. They may not accept or reject any measure so proposed by initiative petition, but may propose a different measure upon the same subject. And if they do that, then they both go on the ballot. So I think it would be accurate to remove without governor's ability to veto. It would still be accurate. And that detail would not be included, but I don't think that's essential for the summary to be accurate. As far as the 120 days, as far as the 2 years applying both to constitutional amendments and initiated laws, has anyone figured out if that's what it does? If it's what it does, I'm fine with that change too. I just want to verify that this makes the 2-year filing period applicable to constitutional amendments as well as. The signatures on a petition to amend the Constitution are valid for, yeah, so in Article 12, Section 2 as amended,
Sorry.
it would say the signatures on a petition to amend the Constitution shall be valid if they're gathered during the 2 years prior to filing. So that would still be accurate. Yeah, and then the two years that apply to, where is that? Right, so then. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, so then under Article 3, Section 9 is amended in the second paragraph, kind of right in the middle of that second paragraph, it's all caps. It says that a law submitted by initiative shall be filed, blah, 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 and then valid if they're gathered during the 2 years prior. So I would agree that I agree that's more accurate to add the constitutional amendments as following the 2 years. So I think in general, I would be fine with striking without governor's ability to veto and adding, basically making all of these changes, but then also striking without governor's ability to veto. That would be fine with me.
So we're deleting require petition signatures for voter initiated laws be submitted 120 days before the election.
Yeah, but if we're adding it in a different
You're adding it
form
in a
later
different
on.
place.
Just moving it.
Release.
You're just moving
Yeah.
it
To where?
and be submitted 120 days. So it's just taking it from here and adding it here.
Oh, yeah, okay, but he added it, yeah, okay. I just want to cross it out on mine. So
Do you need this?
the changes from
Basically,
Jonathan's
just strike this and do everything else.
would be adding constitutional amendments, taking out without governor's ability to veto, and adding required voters, or. Is that it?
Those are the changes. Yeah, I basically propose to accept all of these suggestions, but also delete without governor's ability to veto.
Support.
Okay, without objection? We're ready to get the printer warmed up across the hallway.
Printer warm up, please.
Which one?
Freddie, you okay with that?
Yes, yes, I am. Yeah, the process works. Thank you.
It's like making
It
sausage.
doesn't apply to
You have to
referendums,
have
because the referendums have to be done within six months, so you couldn't have signatures going back 2 years. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so let's see their next one.
So I think if that's okay with everybody, we're gonna recess again.
Yep, we'll get this printed. We need to count the words too, so just, that might take a minute. Here, do you want to take that?
Yes, please.
Well,
So basically,
You have the amended 100 words. You want to read it in for us?
Yes, this is an updated summary. It's now 93 words. I'll just note one thing that was not discussed on the record that was changed is in the last clause, it says require voters or 3/4 vote of the legislature, as opposed to previously it said 3/4 vote for the legislature. By adding require voters, it would have made that confusing if it stayed as for, so we changed it to of the. So this is 93 words. Constitutional amendment to make the deadline to submit petition signatures for a voter-initiated referendum to approve or reject a law 6 months after its enactment instead of 90 days after legislative session. Allow referendums on laws with funding appropriations. Require that petition signatures for voter-initiated laws and constitutional amendments be counted on a statewide basis 60 days before Election Day. Be determined valid if gathered within 2 years of filing and be submitted 120 days before Election Day. Eliminate legislature's power to approve voter-initiated law. Require voters or 3/4 vote of the legislature to reenact laws rejected by referendums.
Okay. Comments?
Yeah.
Craig, go ahead.
Yes, on that very point, that last line, I'm not sure if reenact is the right word. I had changed it in mine to enact. I'm not sure the voters reenact. Legislature might. But if you guys are comfortable with it, then it works. I'm good.
I don't think it makes a substantive difference in a non-technical way for someone reading it, so I'm fine with changing it if people want to take the time, but I don't think it's necessary.
I think it's fine the way it is.
Yeah, agree. So I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the summary of the purpose of the initiative petition sponsored by My Right to Vote A as drafted by the Director of Elections and presented by the Director on February 11, 2022.
Second.
The moved and seconded to adopt the 100 or 93 words that Jonathan just read into the record. Discussion on the motion. See no further discussion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion carries 4-0. Move on to the next item on the agenda, number 9. Consideration of the form of the petition submitted by Michigan Right to Vote. Number 9.
So this will be a similar issue as the last one. So there would be if the board isn't, we have reviewed the petition, complies with the statutory requirements and staff's determination. The board would be doing a conditional approval with the understanding that the 100 words are changed. This one also has a union label on it, so I don't know what the petition circulator's intention would be with regard to that issue, but this one does also have a union label on it.
So we would need clarification from Mr. Green or whomever is authorized to speak on that matter.
Mr. Green.
Yes, yeah, we accept the same conditions as the previous conditional persons have accepted, that we will remove the union label and put in the summary as it's been revised.
Okay.
Okay.
I wish I had written down what I said the last time.
Oh,
This is why we can't let Adam leave the room.
So that's what you said the first time, and then you just continued on after with the, the one. That's what my chicken scratch means.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the form of the initiative petition submitted by My Right to Vote with the understanding that the summary as approved by the board will be added to the petition and the union label be removed, and that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
okay, that's the motion. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and supported. Further discussion on the motion.
My no vote will be because as we have everything printed in front of us before we read motions, before we read these into the record, they are actually printed. That's why I'm a no vote. I'd like to see it actually printed on the petition before approval to form.
Any Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
One no vote, Jeanette. We'll move on to number
10.
10.
Double digits.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
So this is the second voter-initiated petition, constitutional amendment that is submitted by My Right to Vote. This one regards Article 2, Section 4 of the Michigan Constitution with regard to voting. This summary is 99 words. Again, numbers and hyphenated, numbers don't count, hyphenated words are one word. This summary that I have drafted is as follows. Constitutional Amendment 2, establish fundamental right to vote, require 2 weekends of in-person absentee voting, require absentee ballot drop boxes, provide voters right to receive absentee ballot applications without requesting them, require absentee applications and ballots be accepted without postage, provide voter right to show identity with photo ID or signature, allow officials to begin counting absentee ballots 7 days before Election Day, prohibit laws imposing undue burden on voting, laws banning donations to fund elections, laws requiring ID to vote absentee or social security number to register, laws allowing recording of voters, and laws discriminating against election challengers, require legislature to fund elections. I believe we have the same speaker, but I'm not certain.
Yeah, Fred, you're up on this one also. Come on up, Fred, you're already ready to go. Tell us about number 10.
Okay. I have 3 comments. The first one, similar, it's a fact question. If you look at the petition we submitted and what is written here, it's wrong. Again, inadvertently wrong. But if you look in the middle, it says, prepare for counting absentee ballots 7 days before Election Day. It doesn't say that, I'm sorry. It says, allow officials to begin counting absentee ballots 7 days before Election Day. But that's not what the petition says. The petition actually says, first of all, the Secretary of State's going to promulgate rules under the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, to determine when and how each jurisdiction may securely prepare for tabulation each absent voter ballot during the 7 days prior to the election. And the key words there are prepare for tabulation. We're not suggesting that they actually count them. The ballots will be counted on Election Day as they currently are. So if you look at our language.
Can I ask you to reference the section of the proposal that you're referring to?
The 7 day, yes, I can do that. In fact, I wrote it in your, with my handout. Article 2, section 4.2, 4(2). So you go all through 1 with all the different A through N's or whatever it is, and then you hit 4.2.
Section 4.
2, number 2, parenthesis 2. The Secretary of State shall promulgate rules.
Wait, 4.2. 4.2, okay. It's pretty hard to summarize that in a couple of words.
But you can see what I've written in as what we're recommending go in there, which is,
Did you give us a recommendation of 100 words?
yeah.
Do we have that in front of us?
Oh, you know what?
When you said that, I
Come
was
on,
like, did I
Fred,
miss something
you're
here?
missing a beat here.
Did I miss one?
Check if you listen.
I have 2 of them.
Good.
Well,
Thanks.
Thank you.
Where does your word start?
Where's mine start? At the bottom of page one.
Right here, the bottom.
The changes start on the second page.
Got it.
But yeah, you'll see on page one, correction to match the petition provision. Deletions shown, additions in bold, and that's where my correction language is.
Allow officials to prepare account.
Not good.
The idea being, because I've done this at Oakland County, that you prepare, you take out, you slit the envelope, you pull the ballot out, you check the boxes and make sure the names all match, and you put them in bundles of 50 and get them ready to be tabulated, but you don't tabulate. It's supposed to accelerate the process so that when, election day comes and they start counting, we'll have a jump on it and get things done faster, avoid delays. And we're doing it through the Secretary of State. So she's got to promulgate rules first and make sure that everybody does it in a standard way so it's not out of control.
So Fred, tell me where you ban laws to fund elections. Where's that in your language here?
Right, ban law to fund elections.
The Constitution would prohibit the legislature from passing laws to ban donations funding elections.
And where's that, what letter is that?
That is 3B. So it's on the second column about halfway down.
Right.
So there's a list of types of laws that the legislature would be prohibited from passing, and one of those would be banning any jurisdiction administering elections from accepting donations.
Grants, donations, or in-kind contributions from private persons?
Correct.
That means they'd be able to do that.
No, except
Correct,
that that's B, and it follows 3. No law shall be enacted that would do.
That would
do
ban
B.
that.
Yeah,
Right,
So they could do that.
yes.
That grants to have contributions from private people to do all that about elections, or would be
Right,
allowed.
to help the election administrators who have short money and short staff.
Right, to go out and harvest ballots would be permitted.
Didn't say that.
I don't think harvesting
Well, that's
ballots has
part of it.
anything to do with it.
Right.
It's all right there. In-kind contributions from private persons.
Or organizations, right.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the in-kind contributions have largely been the provision of facilities in which to conduct elections.
Money.
The churches allowing
Right.
elections
Well,
to
that's
be
been going on
conducted
for
on there.
Centuries, yeah.
Right,
Right, and that will allow that to continue as it
Right.
has.
When I read that passage of laws banning donations to fund elections, I mean, we probably all do think of like the issue of Zuckerberg, Facebook, that the issue that came up in this last cycle.
Right.
That's what this is addressing,
It's
allowing that to
allowing it to
continue.
continue, from Zuckerberg and the Koch brothers and whoever.
well,
It's a
yeah, so,
nonpartisan law.
You've done your homework throwing in the Koch brothers there too, nicely done.
I have other things. Are you still digesting that? That was the first of 3.
Jonathan, what do you think about the suggested changes to your 100 words
So the first thing Mr. Green raised is the issue of how to describe the pre-election day activity that can be done with regard to absentee ballots. I think Mr. Green is referring to a specific procedure that was done under a law that was applicable only for the 2020 election, which allowed certain specified activities with absentee ballots that included taking the ballot out of the envelope, which you can't usually do, but not actually putting it through the tabulator. I was not assuming that this would be specifically that activity when I read this language. Reading the language, I think, and mindful that it would not be up to me to decide what the Constitution meant in the event that these things were challenged. When I read the language, prepare, I think it's fine to include the promulgating rules. We've done that in other cases. In this case, there just weren't enough words to put in those kinds of details the way I structured it. But when it says prepare for tabulation, each absent voter ballot, and then during the 7 days prior to the election, and then that concluding with so that absent voter ballots are tabulated as promptly as possible after the closing of the polls on election day. The practice now is that the ballots are actually put through tabulators as soon as the polls open. So like the result of that is you're still trying to have everything tabulated, tabulated meaning counted, but then reported as well as soon as possible after the polls close. Reading those together, it wasn't totally clear to me whether this would contemplate allowing the ballots to be scanned, but not yet actually reported out. So without sort of trying to figure out exactly what that is intended by this, I thought begin to was the simplest way. I don't think that prepare for would be problematic if the board likes that language, like prepare for counting.
I'm sorry, prepare but not count.
He's got,
So prepare for not count assumes that what this constitutional language means is that there would be no rule that would be allowed that would actually let people start putting the ballots to the tabulators. That may be what's intended here. I was not certain enough of that interpretation where I would include that kind of limitation. I do think that prepare for is, perhaps more precise, and I don't have a problem with that. It's an extra word, but we might have room for it. So I don't have a problem with that language. But the reason I put begin to was just because of the trying to not provide details about how this would be interpreted any more than I needed to.
It certainly was our intent that prepare meant but not count.
Well, I think under number 2 in your language, you're talking about absent ballots tabulated as promptly as possible after the closing of the polls. It should be after the opening of the polls. So it should be in there.
but
Maybe you start out.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why, reading those together, that's why I wasn't sure what part of my reading was because it said after the closing of the polls, I wasn't sure exactly what tabulated meant in this context. So that's where that came from. But I understand it could certainly be read different ways.
So Jonathan, if you're okay with prepare for, what would you delete out of your 100 words?
Well, we're at 99, so we could actually add that and be okay if that's the only change.
Where would it come in at?
We delete begin and add well, actually, hold on. Maybe we couldn't. Maybe that's why I did that. Well, no, I think we could say allow officials to prepare for, as opposed to begin, prepare for counting ballots.
But I think it's premature to count because I still have 2 other.
Yeah. Well, if that was the only change that were made, we could make it. So.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, so you're saying it would read prepare for,
Counting
Counting
ballots
for
before
counting
the
absentee
election, before election day.
Allow officials to prepare for counting absentee ballots 7 days before election day. That's how that would read.
Oh, we leave the 7 days in there?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, leave the absentee in there too? Prepare for counting absentee ballots 7 days before
During
election
the-
day.
Are we
I
doing,
think
putting
they
in
do
during
that
now?
already, actually. Depends on what you call preparation.
What's that?
I said, I think they're already preparing, but
Prepare
Yeah.
for counting absentee ballots during the 7 days before Election Day.
Yeah, that's a good point.
but
But did you mention part of that process would be promulgated from Secretary of State?
That's correct. It's in her hands, or his hands.
well,
So how do we work that piece in?
you know, I think what Mr. Green has here is probably adequate. There's a lot of stuff here, and it's hard to get it all in, so I think that Jonathan's attempt, as modified by Mr. Green, probably works.
Jonathan, do you agree with deleting laws of allowing recording of voters and laws discriminating against election challengers? Because that's, I think, how you got your word count. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, we'll get there, yes,
I think that's how you got your word count to get in the
Right.
during those and the.
that's correct. That's down the road, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I have thoughts on that. We could hear from Mr. Green on the other parts. I think he wanted to continue, so whenever the board wants.
Mr. Green, have the green light?
I'm good. Mr. Chair, are we okay for him to keep going? Mr. Green.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the changes we made to Jonathan's.
Okay,
So, you
Okay.
want to suggest another change
I do.
from what we got?
Yeah,
more changes, yep.
compelling
So-
interest.
At the very end of the first page that I gave you, that I finally gave to you, it says require absentee applications and ballots be accepted without postage. I just thought it would be clearer if we say be prepaid. You're not going to put something in the mail without a stamp on it. The idea is for the administrator to send it back with an envelope that's got postage prepaid. Or,
Can you say that again, please?
so the last part?
Yes.
We're talking about requiring the absentee applications and ballots be, instead of without postage, be prepaid. If you want to accept it as prepaid, but without postage sounds funny to me.
The constitutional language there says, the jurisdiction shall permit return of such ballot at no cost to the voter via the United States Postal Service. The way to implement that very well may be prepaid postage. Another thing that could happen is the USPS could deliver it without postage on there and then bill the jurisdiction, which is actually what they do now if a ballot envelope doesn't have a stamp on it. But yeah, likely the way this would be implemented would be prepaid postage. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I think my description is more, cues closer to what the Constitution would do.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't, maybe I'm just lost, but I don't see on what you handed to us a suggested change to this postage language.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
Either.
That's,
I don't
that's
either.
why I'm confused.
Yeah.
Yeah,
with
no,
you.
So he's,
I'm
I'm
improvising.
ready to move along here.
Yeah, I'm
We got the
improvising.
change here, prepare for counting before election day. That's my change. Any other changes?
well, there's the other language which he suggested adding,
What's that?
prohibit laws unless there's a compelling state interest.
You want to change that? What do you want to take out?
I have to bring it up, I think.
I would like
I'm-
Mr. Green to
I'm up
tell
here-
me,
I'm listening, but I don't see a change, so
Not on the prepaid, no.
Okay.
But you
Okay.
see a change with the
what other
compelling.
changes we want to make? Go ahead and tell us, Mr. Green.
Okay, I'll lay it on you. So the next has to do with, I consider the heart and soul of our proposal. We established the fundamental right to vote, and that's in there, that's fine. What's not in there is the fundamental right to vote alone is not effective. The Michigan Supreme Court provides that unless a restrictive law is severely restrictive, the court will allow the restriction. Our amendment will change the Constitution so that any law that unduly burdens or limits the right to vote will require a compelling state interest. If there's no compelling state interest, the law will fail. So we're proposing the language say, in the paragraph I provided, prohibit laws imposing undue burden on voting unless there is a compelling state interest. In order to achieve that, we have to eliminate the delete at the very end, where I say delete the laws allowing recording of voters and laws discriminating against election challengers. They pale to me in comparison to saying that a law that restricts voting rights must have a compelling state interest. So to eliminate those, you get all the words back to use, and we can put in what I think is critical.
So isn't saying voting right is a fundamental law already in our Constitution?
No.
You're duplicating it.
is
You're
not
making
in the
it sound to the
Constitution.
person
It is
that
not.
they don't have a right to vote right now, and they do.
It is not.
You're making it so
fundamental right.
people think if they don't pass this, they don't have a right to vote.
It's not in the Constitution. That word fundamental for voting, not in the
Yeah, but
Constitution.
you're making it sound like you don't have a right to vote. That's right. By adding the word fundamental.
Clear absentee applications.
We're adding it so it's clear that it is fundamental.
You want to make it clear they have a right to vote?
Yeah,
People
it
think
is.
they don't have a
Yes.
right to vote right
Yeah,
now.
because it gets restricted many times.
It's
by many-
restricted.
By many attempts to restrict it.
And
This is
where-
gonna
how
make
is it
it's gonna make
restricted right now?
harder-
You tell me.
It's going to make it harder to restrict it.
How is it restricted? Because somebody wants to have to show an ID to vote? Is that restricting the right to vote?
That was at one time considered that, yes.
Is it restricted in your opinion if you have to show ID?
We put in our petition that you can vote three ways: by voter ID, by affidavit, or by having the signature match. So I'm fine with that.
That's inflammatory, having the word fundamental in there. I just figured that out. Yeah, okay, anyway, does anybody want to make any more amendments to Jonathan's words that we already changed?
I'm trying to understand the deletion of laws allowing recording of voters and laws discriminating against election challengers. You're suggesting that that is deleted for what reason? Just to make space or?
To make space, they're not critical to my mind. They're not, you have to start at the beginning. It's prohibit laws that allow recording of voters. And prohibit laws discriminating against election challengers. So those, to my mind, don't weigh as significantly. You can't put everything in to a 100-word summary. And I'd rather have in what I think is important, but that there has to be a compelling state interest, and leave out the language about the recording of voters and laws discriminating against election challengers.
And so I'm curious, Mr. Brader's thoughts on that, because it's his words.
Yeah, well, so they're related issues, because I think the reason that Mr. Green is suggesting deleting these things is to make space for other things. So,
Right.
I agree, we can't always put everything in here. I did try to get all the categories of laws that would be banned in this summary. I thought it was possible, and if I can avoid picking and choosing what drops out, I try to do that. I do think that the way that Mr. Green is phrasing this would not be accurate, though, because what the Constitution would say now is that you can't pass a law that creates an undue burden on voting. And, again, I wouldn't be the one interpreting this in court, but the way I read this is that in determining whether a law imposed an undue burden on voting, a court would consider, among other things, whether there's a compelling state interest. I don't think that a court would say this law poses an undue burden, but that's okay because there's a compelling state interest. How compelling the interest is one of the factors that's considered in whether the burden is undue. So I thought, I didn't really get into like the standard review, compelling state interest, narrowly tailored, because I thought all of those were kind of the factors that go into whether a law imposes an undue burden. So I think if the compelling interest is going to be added in there, I think we need more words to clarify that that's part of the standard of review.
Yeah.
As far
I'm sorry.
as we're deleting laws, I mean, again, I think if we were going to drop specific ones, those are probably the ones to drop because they're the ones that are last in order. And that's generally considered, in terms of importance, in terms of the order of things in statutes or the Constitution. But the reason I had it in there is because I thought I could get them all in, and I didn't think that compelling interest language was necessary.
I guess I think it's necessary because it's not just when there's an undue burden. It's, if you look at 4(3) capital A, it's any proposed law restricting or limiting the right to vote shall be necessary and narrowly tailored to achieve a compelling state interest.
Unless.
Any restrictive law.
I agree with what Jonathan's saying, though, because unless, I'm going to go for a walk unless it's raining. There's a whole host of things where I could go for a walk, but if it's raining, I'm not going to. And through all of this, we've gotten to the point where we're good with prepare for counting. I think that's really the only change we need to make here to meet the clarity to what Jonathan was trying to get to, because that was a factual matter of counting versus preparing. The rest is, what is the definition of undue burden?
Maybe it should say that, any law restricting voting rights, has to have a compelling state interest. Does that make it clear to you? So you won't take that walk in the rain?
The question that I think we need to address is what informs voters
Okay.
in simple language, understandable language about what is in the proposal. And in that regard, I'm not sure that including something like compelling state interest, which is the standard which you are imposing, but I don't know how much that informs voters, because it's a constitutional, it's a standard which courts have applied. And so I can see why what Jonathan has put in here, trying to include things like prohibiting laws which allow recording voters. That's something I think voters would more easily understand rather than compelling state interest.
Okay.
Undue burden and compelling state interest are essentially for probably a normal person, even, myself and others, not attorneys they're kind of like, it's like the same, like your undue burden is essentially you're leaving, everybody has a potentially different definition or at least on the margins of what an undue burden is, and the courts are there to sort that out, stating that unless there is a compelling state interest, you're just bringing more subjectivity into it.
Right. And we're talking about summary of language that would make it easier and clearer for everyday citizens to understand what a petition is about. And I absolutely agree with Tony with the word, undue for me to explain that and say undue burden is so much easier than a compelling state.
Well, undue burden is in here.
Yeah.
It's just further,
further-
that you have further elaborated on it in the summary as opposed to in the language which you're proposing to amend the Constitution.
Okay.
And since we have so few words to work with, 100, the question is whether, that I think we're grappling with, is whether that
Okay.
sufficiently informs the public about what this is about.
That's fine. I get that.
I'm actually curious more, Director Brader, about the postage question. Do we keep the wording that way? Because honestly, that's where I'm asking.
So currently the language I have says, I don't have a very strong feeling about this one.
Right, that's,
Currently the wording I have says, require absentee applications and ballots be accepted without postage. If we replace that with, if we replace be accepted without postage to be postage prepaid, I think that would be fine. I mean, it's a little bit more precise than what the Constitution says, like what delineates as what needs to be done, but I don't think it's misleading. So, and it would
I'm
save a
fine
word.
with that.
So how would it read then, Jonathan?
So that clause would say, the fourth line would say, require absentee applications and ballots be postage prepaid.
And then the next line would be prepare for counting absentee ballots 7 days before election.
No.
Right, allow officials to prepare for counting absentee ballots 7 days before election day.
You didn't like
Be the change.
during those 7 days?
Well, we would have room to add during the 7 because we would now, well, no, we'd be one over. So by replacing accepted without postage, replacing that with postage prepaid, if we replace 7 days, if we add during the 7 days,
Okay, you don't need the word absentee, and that's all we're talking about is absentee. Just the ballot 7 days before.
well, it does refer specifically to the absentee ballots. I mean, I think if you don't have that in there, people might think that the polls are open or something 7 days before. We can probably find a word somewhere to lose, though.
I didn't count, but you said you already took out the accepted without.
So we're replacing accepted without postage with postage or postage prepaid. So that saves one word.
Right.
We're adding prepare for and replacing begin. So that evens us out. So we're still at 99, but then we don't have 2 words to add during the
I see.
7 days.
Can you remove the to and require legislature to fund elections? Instead, it would say require legislature fund elections.
That would be fine with me.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Remove the to in the last sentence. So instead of it saying require legislature to fund elections, require legislature fund elections.
Yeah.
So we have 100 or 101?
So just to go through them in order, if we replace accepted without postage with postage prepaid, replace begin with prepare for, add during the before 7, and remove the to before fund elections, that would get us to exactly 100 words.
Perfect. Okay.
You ready?
We can print now. We'll go print.
Go print, whatever he says. To speak on 10 that I have not called on, other than Mr. Green. Mr. Green's been dominating our conversation. Let's, Mr. Evers had several, and 10 is one of his. Mr. Evers, please. Avers, take over here.
Sure. Robert Avers, Avers, Dickinson Wright, on behalf of Secure My Vote. Just 3 points about the summary, 2 substantive, 1 stylistic. First, Chair Schinkel touched on this a bit a few minutes ago, but the language establish fundamental right to vote. There is a fundamental right to vote. It has been recognized by both federal courts and Michigan courts for many, many years. Some examples. Sixth Circuit in 2008, League of Women Voters of Ohio v. Brunner stated, "The right to vote is a fundamental right, preservative of all rights." Another example from the Michigan Court of Appeals in 2020, Promote the Vote v. Secretary of State. It characterized the right to vote as a fundamental political right that is, again, preservative of all rights. It is Secure My Vote's position that that language is unnecessary and it is not impartial. It would work to essentially make the public want to sign the petition, because who doesn't want to establish a fundamental right to vote? I mean, I think we're all on board with that. So those 5 words should be removed from the petition. Second point, this is the language, provide voter right to show identity with photo ID or signature. That language is not accurate. You can show your identity with photo ID, but you cannot show your identity with a signature. You could attest to your identity with a signature. For example, if you signed an affidavit, or you could sign, I suppose, or state your identity with a signature, but that language, as it is currently, is just not accurate. And this is an important point. I'm going to cite here to a poll from the Detroit Regional Chamber that came out in June 2021, where 79.7% of those who answered the poll were in favor of requiring that every voter coming to the polls present a government-issued identification to cast their ballot. That same poll was cited in Secure My Vote's comment that it submitted for the next agenda item, which is the Promote the Vote 2022 summary. So at any rate, we would suggest a simple fix for that would be to, so after the word photo ID, or you could add attest identity with. So it would read, provide voter right to show identity with photo ID or attest identity with signature. And of course, you would have words to work with if you were to lose the language regarding establishing a fundamental right to vote. So those are the 2 substantive points, and then just one stylistic point. And this goes a bit to the laws that are going to be that would be prohibited under this amendment, where following the word prohibit, there are several laws that are characterized there. Most of them are followed by commas, but the one that says laws banning donations to fund elections is followed by a semicolon. So to me, that kind of breaks up the fact that prohibit is modifying all of those following laws. So I would just replace that semicolon with a comma.
Which one was that again?
It is following prohibit. There are a handful of laws that would be prohibited. And I think it's after laws banning donations to fund elections. There's a semicolon there. To my mind, that should be a comma. So that's the totality of our comments. Happy to answer any questions.
Sure, any questions?
I have one question. So I understand where you're going with the comment for the fundamental right to vote, but if you look at the initiation petition to amend the Constitution, Article 1, Declarations of Rights, is exactly that stated in this petition.
I understand. No, it's a fair point, right? But I have to say that, the statutory charge of the board is to summarize this petition in a way that is true and impartial. And that statement is neither true nor impartial.
But it's stated in the petition.
But you're not establishing the right because it already exists. And it has existed for a long time.
I think that that's objective, sorry. I think that that's an opinion of people, and I think everyone here has a different opinion.
Sure.
I know Norm and I
There's no
have,
right to vote?
that is not a correct statement, Norm.
Oh, well, somebody must have that opinion if you think we have
Well,
this opinion.
what has been tied to is ID and voting. If you were stating that everyone has the right to vote, but then you stipulate it with, but you have to have an ID. So I'm looking at it where we have many times approved the summary of what exactly is written in the petition, whether we agree with it or not. That's my statement.
So I think this is an issue that came up last time, and that is, do we include language which is in the petition itself, recognizing that if people like the language and want to vote for it, it's not because our summary is prejudicial, but because that's what, oh my gosh.
If the language is prejudicial, not impartial, we always consider that, Tony.
For me, the problematic word is establish. It's, because as Mr. Avers has pointed out, it's not, this isn't establishing.
How about recognize?
Recognize or.
It would be Secure My Vote's position that even if you were to use the word recognize, it would still not be an impartial summary.
But you have read us a number of cases which say that it's a fundamental right to vote, or, sections from cases. But the Constitution doesn't say that. And so what they are proposing here is not to have that in some case text somewhere, but to have it in the Constitution and to have people seeing that in the Constitution. And seeing it on a summary which tells voters what it is that this is about. So it takes it out of the law reports and puts it in the Constitution.
I understand. However, given the conversation that occurred before I came up here, where we were really trying our best to make sure that this summary includes everything that's changing in this amendment. To my mind, this is just not an accurate summary of this amendment. There are things missing here. I mean, I don't even know what's missing, because you can't put all these changes in here in 100 words. So I think that this is a way to free up 5 words to identify an actual change that is occurring in the law under this amendment.
It is a change in recognizing something that has not previously been recognized in the Constitution. I mean, and I don't think it's prejudicial to use the words of the constitutional amendment itself.
So you don't think it's
So
prejudicial?
you're saying that the amendment is prejudicial because it gives people something.
No, I'm saying that the summary is prejudicial because it makes several changes that have nothing to do with the right to vote. And those are literally the first 5 words of the 100-word summary.
Well, what if you actually had declare? Because that is, it's a declaration of rights. If I'm reading straight right from the initiation, the petition, but to your point, the petition that you are part of also has a lot of things that you couldn't get into a 100-word summary.
I would actually disagree with that, but I mean, I don't, if you want to,
It's
if we
okay.
want to discuss it off
It's
the
just-
record, that's fine.
it's-
But I think the point being, that language was there, we believe it was placed there to essentially put a finger on the scales in favor of people signing this thing. It is not necessary. That right already exists. And there are other changes that would occur under this amendment that could be described in lieu of using those words.
Okay, I'm gonna call on Jan Bendor. Jan Bendor, are you out there? And Jan, it says you're not a licensed attorney in Michigan, so if you could, please raise your right hand and you solemnly swear what you're about to say today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you very much, Jan, and for the record, state and spell your name.
Jan, Jan, last name B as in Boston, BEN, capital DOR.
Thank you, take it away.
I'm not an attorney, but some of my best friends are. I am a retired election administrator. I worked for 18 years for 2 townships. And I would like to make sure that this body understands that we have used signature matching in the state of Michigan since at least the 50s. Every absentee ballot currently that comes in has a signature on the envelope, and that signature
is carefully matched to the signature on the voter's master registration record. That's how we establish identification. We used to do that in the polling place. Many people here with many years remember when we went to the polls and there were giant books with the MasterCards. And everybody signed in to apply to vote and their signature was matched. The election workers were very carefully trained and still are in how to match signatures. It is a science. There are actually professionals in this field. So it is not correct to say that we don't use signature matching. We still use it, and it is the gold standard for identity. Let me compare that to the person carrying in
To a photo ID? I think
a
not.
photo ID, okay? My current driver's license is, the picture is 12 years old. There is no standard picture of me at the polls. When I come in and show that photo ID, the poll worker kind of looks at me like, okay, kind of. They have no instruction. They're not told how to spot a fake ID, and there are a lot of them. They're pretty easy to get. And there's no standard picture of you at the polls to match you in your registration record. That could be fixed by the driver license photo being moved to the voting record, but it hasn't been done. I suggested it to Mr. Hansen a number of years ago, but apparently too expensive. So we're not doing that very well. So it is also a false narrative to say that photo ID is some kind of golden standard. It is not.
What are you suggesting we change?
I'm not. I'm responding to the previous speaker's false narrative, and I wanted to make sure that this board knows the actual practices of election administrators. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your hearing me out.
And thank you. Any questions? Okay.
No.
Back now to the proposed 100 words. What's the board's pleasure?
What was the word you said instead of establish?
Recognize?
Recognize. Recognize right to vote.
Fundamental right to vote.
Oh, fundamental, you want to keep that word in there?
I'll just note, I mean, there's also a fundamental right to vote issue in the subsequent petition. In that one, it is in a different section of the Constitution, which says has. So for that one, I use the word provide. So I was also looking at what the text said here. So this says the right to vote is a fundamental right. The word establish, I chose to correspond to that. I'm not dead set on establish, but you know, I do think the language is staying there. I agree with the comma. That change makes a lot of sense. In terms of the like show identity or the language about attest identity, this is going to also come up in the next petition. So just a flag. I mean, there's a lot of words that people have suggested in terms of like prove or verify or attest to. In my view, what this does is say that for legal reasons, for legal purposes, you are who you say you are if you sign it or if you show ID. I thought show was the most neutral word. That's the one I chose. And I think that's the best one, but I'm open to discussion on that.
So I can live with recognize, but I also think Mr. Avers made a really good point about the ID and signature, and I think attest to identity with signature is a lot. I mean, if we can attest with signature or attest via signature, so it's instead of adding 4, we're adding 2.
But the question is what the proposal says, what the proposed amendment says. By providing a photo identification card by signing an affidavit. So to show identity with photo ID or signature, that efficiently summarizes the words in the proposal.
But you're showing your identity, your signature, you're swearing to it with your signature, you're attesting. just showing signature, here's my name right here, like that.
Well, I mean, the language that the Constitution would use if this were adopted would be verification. So to just take the language of the Constitution, it would be that you're verifying your identity with a photo ID or a signature, essentially. I thought show was this a simple, understandable word that was fairly neutral on that, so that's the reason I chose that.
Verify is a lot more fitting in my mind than show. Verification indicates it's undergoing some form of standard or provable method.
Yeah, I mean, I have no objection to the word verify. I think that, the show was the one I chose because I thought it was the most neutral. And there's been a lot of discussion about the standard of what is verify or prove or show. But I don't have a problem with the word verify. That's the language that the constitutional amendment uses, is verification.
So let's make everybody unhappy and change establish to recognize and show to verify. Make that comma change. And unless I'm wrong, that leaves us at 99 still.
No, we should be at 100.
Well, 100, because we made those other changes too.
Oh, shit. So I'm sure.
This doesn't change the word count.
Right.
It changes the words, but not the word count, right?
Right.
Which is very good, Tony. Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's make the semicolon a comma after fund elections. The fourth line up.
Yeah, actually, I agree with that one because I was a little
Yeah.
confused on that too when I saw that semicolon. Broke everything up for me.
Yeah, that was just a typo. It should have been a comma.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else? And I think I've covered all my blue cards up here, so now we're gonna recess again. Adam, you ready?
We're gonna print this up. It's 100 words. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Okay, 100 words. We're ready.
Nah, that's good. I got
Recess.
it, yeah.
order. Jonathan, we got a new 100 words.
So
Why
my
don't you
revised,
read it in the record for us?
yes, sorry, I was too eager. My revised proposed summary is exactly 100 words. Constitutional Amendment 2, recognize fundamental right to vote, require 2 weekends of in-person absentee voting, require absentee ballot drop boxes, provide voters right to receive absentee ballot applications without requesting them, require absentee applications and ballots be postage prepaid, provide voter right to verify identity with photo ID or signature, allow officials to prepare for counting absentee ballots during the 7 days before Election Day, prohibit laws imposing undue burden on voting, laws banning donations to fund election, laws requiring ID to vote absentee or social security number to register, laws allowing recording of voters, and laws discriminating against election challengers, require legislature fund elections.
Okay, that's it. Any comments? What's the board's pleasure?
I'll move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the summary of purpose, the initiative petition am I on the right one? Yeah. Am I right to vote B as drafted by Director of Elections and presented by the Director on February 11th, 2022?
Support.
So moved and supported that we use these 100 words. And we're on item 10. Okay, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 4-0. Moving on to item number 11. Consideration of the form of the petition that we just passed 100 words on. Jonathan?
So this would be the same as item number 9, in that it would be conditional on the changing of the 100 words to what you just approved. And my understanding from the petition sponsor is that they would also request conditional approval regarding the removal of the union label. So it would be the same motion from item 9.
So, I,
220 seems to have that one mastered.
and Mr. Green, that is correct that you would be removing on this one as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I move that the board approve the form of the initiative petition submitted by My Right to Vote, with the understanding that the summary as approved by the board will be added to the petition and the union label will be removed, and that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
The motion, is there support?
Support.
There's support. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the motion passes 4-0.
No.
Oh, excuse me, 3-1. Jeanette votes no. Sorry.
You didn't let me a vote.
I
You just
didn't
went
hear-
right
I-
ahead. So
I didn't hear the no
I'm
vote.
gonna
I should-
on
I
the conditional,
shouldn't
with
assume.
the
Yeah, I
reasons
should-
I've stated in public
She
today.
won,
and
yes.
before.
Your
Thank you.
no vote's already on the record from a previous vote, so.
Yes.
We're going to item number 12. Jonathan.
So this is another constitutional amendment involving voting. This is submitted by Promote the Vote 2022. The summary, it amends the Michigan Constitution. The summary I have drafted is 99 words. It is as follows. Constitutional Amendment 2, provide fundamental right to vote without unreasonable burden. Require military or overseas ballots be counted if postmarked by Election Day. Provide voter right to show identity with photo ID or signed statement. Provide voter right to single application to vote absentee in all elections. Require state-funded postage for absentee applications and ballots. Require state-funded absentee ballot drop boxes. Provide that only election officials may conduct post-election audits. Require 9 days of early in-person voting. Allow donations to fund elections, which must be disclosed. Require canvass boards to certify election results based only on the records of votes cast.
Okay. Any other comments, Jonathan, before we go to our blue cards?
No, I think we have several speakers on this.
Yeah, I'll start with Michael David Bendor. And Michael, it says you're not an attorney, so if you could, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear what you're about to say today's the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Thank you very much. And for the record, please state and spell your name for us.
Michael David Bendor, Michael hyphen, capital D, AVID, Bendor, BEN, capital DOR, all one word.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, the item on the agenda is to approve the summary. And let me state that my issue with the summary is it's incomplete. It doesn't deal with the major fundamental change that their petition deals with, so it's missing the major point. When I was in the 4th grade, I was on student council, and we learned about the rules of order and so on. And we came to a point where we voted about how we wanted to spend our money, and the principal had a different idea, and he controlled the checkbook. And that's where I learned that there's a difference about power and process. Now, the petition that they have says in item section 7.1.7.2, at the end of it, they're adding the clause, the legislature may by law establish boards of county canvassers. So what this changes is the way that county canvassers can be established. Watching what happened in the last election when you were dealing with the Trump versus Biden issue, this board, there was pressure put on you from outside sources. You had I watched it from another state, it was broadcast. The issue here is that they could establish new canvassers at any time, and they can establish them any way that they want. So according to this major change, the whole thing about who establishes county canvassers and whether they're local or not, this undermines the idea of local rule, local control. So that's the first part that I wanted to get at. The State Board of Canvassers says, and this is in the next section, item section 7, number 3, towards the end, it says, the Board of State Canvassers, that's this body, so you have a particular interest here, is the only body or entity in this state authorized to certify the results of an election for statewide federal office and to determine which person is elected in such election. So this body, you, will decide if this passes and that you're operating under the amended Constitution, you will have the sole determination about who's elected. I don't think that's really fair, but that's how this is written. And it's not my opinion about what's fair or not. That's not what we're to judge here. We're to judge whether this summary says that this is a change in power. The whole power structure of elections is that the voters are supposed to determine who's elected. And it would fall on the vote of 3 of you. 3 of you would be a majority. You would determine who's elected. After you've determined that, there can be also lots of arguments in the future, but the determination is at that point. Elections have a time period. They're over at a certain point. There's a certification. That's what a certification is. It's this point in time in which you say, this is the winner. And it doesn't matter what happens afterwards. It comes down to 3 people determining that for the state. And I think that this petition, this amendment, really should say that that's what they're doing. There's a lot of other things that's in it, but this is the fundamental issue about who signs the check. 3 of you, if this passes, will determine who is elected. Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the way it is right now. 3 of us certify the election right now. So,
Well,
anyway.
there is a court appeal possible, wouldn't within this amendment?
No, there's no court appeal with this?
It's in the Constitution. You have the sole responsibility.
Wow. Okay. Thank you very much for coming in, and let me see who else we got here. Andrew Nikoloff. come on up, Andrew. And
Thank
for the
you.
record, spell and state your name.
My name is Andrew Nickelhoff, AndrewNickelhoff. I'm here representing Promote the Vote 2022. With me is Kalila Spencer, the chair of the organization, as well as Sharon Delente, the senior advisor. So you've done a lot of the legwork for us already this morning. We basically agree with the director's summary. We don't have any serious issues with it. In whole, it fairly represents, we think, our proposal for constitutional amendment. Having said that, the one area where we do think that there can be improvement to clarify the summary is with respect to the right to provide photo identification or other means of verifying identity. And in our view, the better word would be to prove in the director's summary in that second clause. That would provide voter right to prove identity with photo ID or signed statement. That's really what's happening with that requirement that would become part of the Constitution, is that the voter is proving that they are who they say they are. We can't agree with the previous speaker. We think that Mr. Brader's summary accurately reflects what we are proposing with respect to boards of canvassers. And so any tinkering with that, we think, would increase confusion rather than clarifying things.
So this is essentially what we just did in the last one. What, can we just change provide to recognize and show to verify?
It's fine by me.
Seems, Mr. Brader, am I?
Show, didn't you want to do show to prove?
What's the second one?
Prove, verify, I
Okay.
think they're,
Or verify,
I
okay.
would guess they're probably synonyms,
Sorry, I went ahead,
but.
sorry.
So I'm fine with recognize as opposed to provide. I mean, I chose provide because this section says has the right, so, but I mean, recognize I think is fine with me. And then, we've talked about show versus prove versus verify. I'm fine with verify. That's fine with me.
Just be consistent with what we've done.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Well, Andrew, is it your opinion that when the State Board of Canvassers certifies an election, is that vote appealable?
Well, I think it certainly is, but you have to read the Constitution as a whole. I mean, there is an entire section of the Constitution that establishes the judiciary. There are years and years of precedent and practice giving meaning to those words, and so you can't view the words of the summary in isolation, and voters understand that, I think.
If what we do is not appealable, I don't think we get paid enough.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask a question
Go
that's
ahead.
not directed to item number 12, but item number 13. What is the position of this initiation petition about the removal of the union bug?
Thank you, Ms. Bradshaw. That's a good question. Our position would be, and we would request conditional approval of the petition with the change in the summary, if necessary, and also that we be permitted to substitute a petition with a union label in 8-point type. So we are not proposing to remove the union label, but we are proposing that it conform to the discussion that occurred earlier.
It addresses the issue that was at hand, so.
Okay, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
We have somebody else here. I mean, it was Robert. Robert Evers, come on up. And you've already been here, Robert, so just take it away.
I never left.
Never.
Robert Avers, Dickinson Wright, on behalf of Secure My Vote. I'll be brief, 2 comments. The first regards the first phrase, which is Constitutional Amendment 2, provide fundamental right to vote without unreasonable burden. I have to admit, I have no idea what that means. What is an unreasonable burden? Does it mean that positively identifying oneself with photo ID is an unreasonable burden? Does it mean that paying for a postage stamp is an unreasonable burden? If so, we would submit that the summary should say that, so that people who are signing these petitions or being asked to sign them understand what it is that they're signing. Obviously unreasonable can mean something to me that it doesn't mean to someone else. Earlier, we cited that poll from June of 2021, where, there seems to be a significant divide between the reasonableness of photo ID to vote and not. So what's unreasonable and what's not? This is vague. People have no idea what that means. The second comment pertains to the last phrase, which is require canvass boards to certify election results based only on the records of votes cast. Again, I'm not really sure what that means. What is the meaning of based only on the records of votes cast? Which records? What can the people who are certifying the election do with the records? There are some questions there, right? We would submit that you could replace that language. You could replace the language based only on the records of votes cast without investigating or determining whether votes were lawfully cast. I think that's what that is meant to say. And that would be, I think, a more true version of the substance of the amendment. So that's.
Say that again, without investigating?
Without investigating or determining whether votes were lawfully cast.
Were allowed to be cast?
Lawfully cast, I apologize. Without investigating or determining whether votes were lawfully cast. Perhaps you lose investigating, right? Without determining whether votes were lawfully cast. But the point is, I think you have to modify based only on the records of votes cast. Well, I don't know what that means. What do they do with the records? What records? If I don't know what that means, how do people on the street signing these things in parking lots know what that means? I'm an election law practitioner, and I don't know what that means.
How are we supposed to know what it means up here?
It's a good question.
But the records of the votes cast are the records that the records that the State Board of Canvassers get are the records from each of the 83 counties in Michigan, right, which have been canvassed and certified by those counties. And so it's the number of votes, and they all come together before the State Board, which, with its estimable staff, puts the numbers together. And the numbers are the numbers of votes cast. That's not hard to understand.
But I would posit that the vast majority of people who are going to be asked to sign this do not understand that.
It's not, why is it hard to understand that the certification comes from the voters, from the votes cast?
But that's not what this language says.
Sure, based on the records of votes cast.
What do they do with the records?
What?
Do they rubber stamp them? Do they rubber stamp the records?
So if I'm understanding, the concern is an issue of the lack or the idea that there's a lack of the lawful nature of the ballots cast. So require canvass boards to certify election results based only on the records of votes lawfully cast would seem to address that key issue.
Well, I think the question is, does the board have the ability to look at whether a vote is lawfully cast?
No.
Heather, you want to take that one? Sorry, the question was, you want to restate that? Does the board have the authority to look at whether votes were lawfully cast? Was that the question? Under current
Essentially,
law.
yeah.
Under current law.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand what would we be looking at to be, I mean, if you're talking about certified, the certified returns from each county coming in, and if all those are correct, then is that looking at something to determine that they're lawfully cast? I mean, if the question is, does this board have the ability to require an investigation and appoint, and go behind the returns to look at, how individuals cast votes in precincts and counties? That's not been the power of the board.
And I'm not
Today.
envisioning that word lawfully, meaning we would investigate it. It's
Right.
that it's the determination to that point has been, these are lawfully cast ballots. It's been through the process. There have been challenges that have been adjudicated. They either won or lost. And it's pretty much a ministerial duty to certify what comes to us from the counties.
But these are all canvassing boards.
Yeah, this is the county boards is talking about.
This is canvas boards, so this would include our board, but also county boards, and their roles are a little bit different. And I know that Mary Ellen knows that they are different than the duties that we have here on the state level.
I see 5 people who know a lot about these things having an active debate over what these words mean. So again, I don't know how someone standing in a parking lot being asked to sign this thing can make heads or tails of whether they would support it.
To say that the canvassing boards act on the basis of the votes cast seems to me quite clear. I don't know how one can interpret it or can contend that it isn't clear. And the point is that it's the voters who decide who wins an election, and we just put our imprimatur on the totals of the votes cast by the voters.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with your point, right? The voters do decide the election, right? But if this board is a rubber stamp, it should say so, right? And I think that's where the substance of this amendment is going, right? And if this amendment is speaking to what other boards can do, which is different than what this board can do, I think it should say that too.
It speaks to all canvassing boards as canvassing Bradshaw suggests. I have a question about your argument that reasonable is undefined, and that one could say that requiring somebody to provide photo ID is unreasonable. When one has to read the Constitution as a whole, and when the Constitution says that a voter can be required to provide photo ID, you can't say that that's unreasonable. I mean, if you just look at the summary, you're not going to say that it's an unreasonable burden to provide photo ID when the very summary itself says that providing photo ID is required.
Burdens on voting are considered by courts all the time. Federal courts, state courts, depending on what the burden is, they're subject to different levels of judicial scrutiny. All the lawyers in this room know that, right?
Of course.
How does this language provide fundamental right to vote without a reasonable burden square with that? When lawyers stand up in court all the time and argue over what standard applies to a burden, that in and of itself is sometimes a mess, right? So, if we can't figure out as lawyers from time to time whether intermediate scrutiny applies or strict scrutiny applies or the Anderson verdict sliding scale applies, what is an unreasonable burden? I don't know what that means, and I don't think people who are going to be asked to
Is it
sign this know
attempted to
either.
be defined in the words unreasonable burden?
I'm sorry?
In this act, is it attempted to be defined anywhere?
Well, if so, I think they should clarify that, right? I mean, without unreasonable burdens such as,
Yeah. But it's not, as far as you know.
not here, well, not in the summary.
And so
It's not the summary.
I go back to 15 minutes ago, whenever it was, of what we addressed previously, which is essentially, aside from apparently this canvassing board issue, which we should continue addressing, this provide fundamental right to vote without, we just approved recognize fundamental right to vote and verify identity. So like, it seems like for the ability to get the votes necessary and for consistency, that would make sense to stick with that. Recognize fundamental right to vote, period, or semicolon. Addressing Mr. Aver's concern, because I do agree on the issue of unreasonable. It is one of those subjective terms of what is unreasonable. I'm pretty sure that there are numerous people in here who think that being asked to show ID to vote is just incredibly unreasonable. And I strongly disagree. That's for the courts to decide. It's for the legislative language, constitutional language. It's a subjective word put in here that's not necessary, as we just approved something that talks about recognizing fundamental right to vote. The issue on these canvas boards, I guess a little stickier in my mind, simply inserting lawfully between votes and cast at the end addresses that issue. It speaks to the normal person's understanding that the votes that we're basing this on have all been determined to be lawfully cast. That if there were challenges, they've been through the process. And I, again, have been very clear repeatedly since two Novembers ago now, that the nonsense idiocy from Donald Trump and the people who fed into that crap has created all sorts of needless problems. But I think it's important to recognize that this is related to lawfully cast ballots. I don't buy into any of the conspiracy nonsense, but I think this is an important issue.
I understand, but putting the word lawfully, I think you are buying into exactly what you have said that you're against. And
I
unreasonable.
don't appreciate that accusation.
It's not really.
I've been very
It's
clear
not an accusation.
that I don't buy into any of that.
I understand that you said that, and I appreciate that.
Repeatedly.
But this is my opinion. I feel putting lawful votes in there, that is putting a keyword to people, just as other people feel.
So it's
about-
okay if they assume unlawful. That's
It's
part of
votes
it. The people on the
cast.
other side continuously attack integrity of voting, creating opportunity
Okay.
for these wackos.
I understand, Tony, and it was not a personal attack. It's just, I feel that adding that kind of wording in does put it in.
Let me see if I can clarify, because I think that one of the things that we have heard over and over is we should count all the lawful votes, but not the unlawful votes. And so.
Pretty.
No,
That's what I mean.
no, and that makes sense, but if you're putting lawful in there, you're suggesting that somebody is determining which votes are lawful and which are not. And certainly, courts may be required to do that, but canvassing boards are just looking at the numbers. Whether it's a county canvassing board or this canvassing board. I had the privilege, and it was really important to me to serve on the Wayne County Board of Canvassers, not for a long time, less than a year, but to watch the care with which every precinct return was examined and the totals verified over and over again. And I did hear in a recount in Wayne County, the contention that there should be an investigation of whether votes were lawful, whether there had been some manipulation or whatever. And what we said then, and I think what we need to say here, is that we are not investigatory bodies, that we just count. And the proposal essentially characterizes the job of the canvassing boards as ministerial, and that's accurate. It is. It's just, which doesn't mean, and actually I think that what we do here today is far more difficult and challenging than coming up with the total number of votes cast and saying this is the winner and that's the loser. Or just, this is the winner, we don't say who the loser is. But we're not an investigatory body, so we act on the votes cast.
And I am not in any way suggesting we should be investigatory, and I apologize for losing my temper a little bit there.
It's okay. I did, like I said, I didn't mean it that way, but I wanted to hit the unreasonable burden. Like,
Yes.
everyone assumes it's ID, but there are other burdens when you go to vote that sometimes happen. One election that I was helping a candidate, okay? This is before I became on the board. I was helping a candidate, got the identification, like, here's where the polling place is, got to the polling place, pulled up to a closed building. Not notified by anyone, not notified by the campaign, went there, and I'm talking to other voters, I'm from the area, I'm like, I did not know this happened. So there's burdens to voting that have nothing to do with ID.
Sure.
Okay, so I just want that to kind of be said, because even that example might not be the only burden.
That's right.
So I just want to, I know, and I agree with Tony, we have approved, recognized fundamental right to vote. And I understand that unreasonable is subjective, because there are many cases, but I just want to make a point that everyone jumps to voter ID, but there are other things that are burdensome to voting.
Your point is well taken, and I think that's part of the challenge here, and that's why you see courts when they are considering burdens on voting, they use different scrutinies. I mean, in that instance that you just gave there, they would probably use the Anderson-Burdick sliding scale of scrutiny, and they would have to dive into what actually happened and what was the burden and all of these sorts of things. And so, when we're making these determinations on a case-by-case basis and using a different scrutiny for each, this language on an unreasonable burden just doesn't square with the practicality.
But we're talking too much about the example of photo ID, which here is specifically recognized as a reasonable burden. So I don't think that's.
I would actually, I would
appropriate.
disagree. I would say that the fact that there's a choice would suggest that some people view it as a burden.
But within the context of this constitutional proposal and looking at it, you're not going to, where the Constitution itself recognizes that you verify your identity with a photo ID or a signature, the opportunity to say that's unreasonable would be gone.
Okay,
If I could-
Robert,
Yes.
I think we're gonna move along here.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you for your time. My legs are tired.
Michael, you wanna say a word?
Yes, I
Michael
would like-
wants to say a word. Go ahead.
I'll be very quick.
Real quick.
The last time I was before this board, I was a precinct chair, and I had a problem because my poll book, which is a record, did not agree with the tabulator record in terms of the number of votes cast. I objected to your certifying the election because I had asked for a recount, and I was told that we couldn't have one because it was unlikely that the recount would change the outcome of the vote. And arithmetically, that was definitely true. But the point is that I'm trying to make is that what records are we talking about here? It's very unclear whether you're talking about the ballot book or you're talking about the results of a tabulator. And I was told that I couldn't, as a precinct chair, that I couldn't count the ballots by hand. And I was told by the representative of the state attorney general who was who was present at that meeting, that it was illegal for me as a precinct chair to count the votes on election night. And I thought that was pretty amazing. But that was what I was told at this board, I think it was in 2006, so it probably predates all of you. So the issue about what records you're talking about, what this ballot proposal does is it takes away the right of the county canvassing boards, which historically have had the right to investigate, to have a court reporter, to swear people in and determine what the outcome of the election is. That's what canvassing is really about. That's the definition. But now we're not going to have canvassing, and I suspect that the understanding is that it'll be only the electronic count that'll be there and not reconciling any differences with the poll book. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you're not supposed to go home until the poll book balances with the tabulator. Just kidding, just kidding. You're done.
Still be
Anyway,
there in
But we
2006.
we still have our suggested 100 words here. We're on number 12. I have I have things crossed out. What's the board's pleasure?
I would like to hear from Director Brader.
Director.
There's a good
A
idea.
couple things, a couple things. So just a couple things I want to address. One is about the sort of the fundamental right and the unreasonable burden, and the other is about the power of the board and how that would affect it. So I just want to note that the summary that I drafted is based on, what this amendment specifically would do. And it is a little different from the prior one. So the prior constitutional amendment just said the right to vote is a fundamental right. And there's some other things, but that's how it's defined. In this one, it says the right to vote, everybody has the right to vote. Oops, where am I? See if I can-
Section 4, subsection.
Yeah, I'm in the wrong place. Where are we? Thank you, very top. Fundamental right to vote, including but not limited to several things. The right once registered to vote a secret ballot. No person shall enact or use a law, rule, regulation, qualification, prerequisite, standard, practice, or procedure, engage in any harassing, threatening behavior, or use any means whatsoever, any of which has the intent or effect of denying, abridging, interfering with, or unreasonably burdening the fundamental right to vote. So the way the fundamental right to vote here is described has some parameters within it. And the way that I thought was the easiest way to, in a word economical way, summarize all of those was the unreasonable burden, because that seemed to be the most all-encompassing of all of those things. So I don't think that it absolutely has to have that unreasonably burdening language in it, but I do think that there is more of a case for including that detail here, because it is sort of describing the fundamental right to vote. That's just something to think about for discussion. And then on the certification point, I think, again, what this says, what the Constitution would say is, it shall be the ministerial, clerical, non-discretionary duty of a board of canvassers and of each individual member thereof to certify election results based solely on certified statements of votes from counties, or in the case of boards of county canvassers, statements of returns from the precincts and absent voter counting boards in the county and any corrected returns. So the way that I sort of synthesized that in fewer, simpler words, in my opinion, was just to say based only on the records of votes cast. I thought records of votes cast summarized all of those things, and only is just a simpler word for solely. So I do think that regardless of what the boards can do now, what the limits of their authority are now, I think the effect of this would be to say that they can only certify based on statements of votes or records of votes cast, which I think are the same thing, and then any corrected returns. So I think that those are best summarized as records of votes cast. I do think that putting lawfully in there I'm not sure that that's what this would do. Like even if one's view is that the board should be looking at whether votes were lawfully cast, I don't think that that would be the effect of this amendment. And so I regardless of what people's views on that are, I think that this would say certification is based on records of votes cast.
What was you said something correct statements of cast and corrected returns, or?
Yeah, statements, certified statements, this is what they can certify based on. Certified statements of votes from counties, or in the case of boards of county canvassers, statements of returns from the precincts and absent voter counting boards in the county, and any corrected returns. So that's what it says, so.
And I understand the issue of lawfully, where you're coming from, the investigative nature, is I understand where the opponents and Mr. Avers and others are coming from of laying out, and even Mr. Bendor, or I think that was your last name, of, what records are these? Is there a way of working in this issue of and corrected returns, so that it's clear that this is stuff that has been through a process that
Could we call it
assures.
the official records of votes cast?
Sure. Like something that shows to people who are willing to be persuaded by logic that these are official returns. Or that they are, that they are fully correct, that we're not just taking something from a clerk and saying, yeah, that looks good, here you go. Official,
Official is good?
yes.
Can we use official?
We have room for it.
We've got one word.
I mean, official,
in.
I mean, it does say certified statements of votes from counties. So I think that's, I mean, the state board certifies results based on certified statements of votes from counties. The county boards use statements of returns from the precincts and absent voter counting boards in the county and corrected returns. Those are documents that are prepared by and submitted by officials. So I think in a sense they're official. I mean, they're produced by the local entity that's responsible for producing them, for reviewing the record. In the case of a county canvasser, and in the case of you, you're looking at things that are already certified by the counties. In the case of the counties, they're looking at things that have not yet been certified. So they wouldn't be official to the extent that official means certified in that context. But if official means reviewed and submitted by the official body that's supposed to do that, that would be accurate.
In plain thinking, that's what I would envision official to be referring to, is that people who, it's their duty and their job have reviewed this and been through this and provided this as correct information.
Stamp of approval,
Right.
yeah. So that's just 3 words different.
If the board, yeah, so I would be amenable to that if the board is. So if we added official and then changed recognized to,
Right.
I'm sorry, provide to recognize, show to verify, and then we add official, that gets us to 100 words.
Well, I'm suggesting take out unreasonable burden, put in harassing conduct, because it's right in the words harassing conduct. This is more accurate to the petition language itself, because unreasonable burden could be anything. That talks about intimidating and harassing, so. People know what that means, more than unreasonable, that could be anything.
Yeah, I think without harassing conduct is, that's, I would say that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay.
So without objection, we're gonna put in recognize harassing conduct, official, and verify up there in front of identity. Anything else?
Well, if we take out unreasonable burden,
Should we,
that's what they're interested in.
what does that?
I'm fine with that if the board would approve that, to change unreasonable burden to harassing conduct.
I think it's beautiful.
Anything else? Okay, we're gonna recess. calling it back to order. We got the 100 words, exactly 100 words. And we're on number 12. Jonathan, take it away.
This is my revised proposed 100-word summary. It is exactly 100 words of Promote the Vote 2022. Constitutional Amendment 2, recognize fundamental right to vote without harassing conduct, require military or overseas ballots be counted if postmarked by Election Day, provide voter right to verify identity with photo ID or signed statement, provide voter right to single application to vote absentee in all elections, require state-funded postage for absentee applications and ballots, require state-funded absentee ballot drop boxes, provide that only election officials may conduct post-election audits, require 9 days of early in-person voting, allow donations to fund elections, which must be disclosed, require candidates boards to certify election results based only on the official records of votes cast.
Okay, any comments?
No.
Discussion? What's the board's pleasure?
I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the summary of the purpose of the constitutional amendment sponsored by Promote the Vote 2022 as drafted by the Director of Elections and presented by the Director on February 11, 2022.
Support.
Moved and supported to approve number 12 with the words that Jonathan Brader just read into the record. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the motion carries 4-0. We're on number 13, is consideration of the form of the petition that we just passed the 100 words for.
And if I recall correctly, this is slightly different from what was previous to, where this will be, you're inserting with one that meets the font requirements.
That's correct. The only difference would be that the union label would remain, but it would be in the required point size.
Okay, all right. Is a motion in order, Mr. Chair?
Yes, a motion for number 13 is in order.
I move that the board approve the form of the initiative, or I'm sorry, I move that the board approve the form of, the initiative petition. Constitutional amendment. I thought it was.
Yeah, see, that's where I got messed with the last one. Okay,
Let's start again.
let's do it.
I move that the board approve the form of the constitutional amendment submitted by Promote the Vote 2022 with the understanding that the summary, as approved by the board, will be added to the petition and the union label will be replaced with a version that complies with the appropriate font requirements, and that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Is there support?
Support.
Been moved and supported. On number 13, further discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No,
Hey, we got a no vote, 3-1. The motion is passed. Jeanette voted no. Okay, we're moving on. The last substantive language count. Jonathan, take away number 14.
So this is a proposed initiated legislation petition sponsored by Michigan Initiative for Community Health. And is it healing or health?
It's
Healing, I'm sorry, I
healing.
apologize. Michigan Initiative for Community Healing, I'm sorry about that. This concerns amendments to the Public Health Code. This is one of those where I'm certainly not an expert in the subject matter, so I've done my best to summarize this for you. This does basically two categories of things. One is it changes the penalties that can be applied from felony to misdemeanors for a broad category of drugs that are controlled substances, which have some medical applications but are only to be used under certain prescribed conditions. It changes those penalties to misdemeanor at maximum. And then it also, I guess it does three things. It also says you can't prosecute when you have very small amounts that might be found in paraphernalia. And then it also describes a category of controlled substances as natural plants and mushrooms, and decriminalizes the production and use of those. It also provides exemptions from other penalties that might apply for selling them or providing them or supervising them for medical and religious reasons. So the summary that I prepared is as follows. Initiation of legislation amending the Public Health Code 1978 PA 368, MCL 333.7403, 333.7404, 333.7451, and adding MCL 333.7462. 2, reduce the maximum penalty for possessing non-prescribed drugs from felony to misdemeanor. Prohibit prosecution for minuscule amounts of drugs found on paraphernalia. Describe psychedelic plants and mushrooms as natural plants and mushrooms. Decriminalize production and use of these plants and mushrooms. Provide exemptions from penalties for sale, provision, and supervising use of these plants and mushrooms for medical and religious purposes. And that's 75 words.
Okay, we're on 14. Let me dig down here. Jeffrey Hank. Jeffrey, says here you're licensed to practice law. Come on up, state your name for us and spell it for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Attorney Jeffrey Hank, Jeffrey. I'm hoping to be your easy one today after the rest of this, so.
Should have brought samples.
I hope you're billing by the hour if you're sitting here all day.
Of course. We think the proposed summary is acceptable with the exception of one word, and that is the term psychedelic. We think it has a connotation which, in a definition which is broader than what this initiative does. The preferred term we would like to switch with the word psychedelic is entheogenic, ENTHEOGENIC, which is generally defined as species of plants and fungi that contain certain chemical compounds. Psychedelics has a broader definition, and we think a negative definition or connotation for some people. So that's our only objection and suggestion for change with the summary.
So
Might I
this
ask-
is,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
this pertains to all non-prescribed drugs?
Not all.
Reduce the maximum penalty for possessing non-prescribed drugs. Where does it outline which ones it's talking about?
Well, it's a pretty short initiative, Mr. Chairman, and if you look in section 7403, which is the first section in the initiative.
I'm looking at
It
7.
contains some of the references to the rest of the public health code and specifically lists some of the compounds that are found in natural plants and mushrooms.
Oh, 7403. What number?
That entire section deals with different references to the public health code.
I'm looking for the drugs that are still, that doesn't cover.
Well, that wouldn't be covered in here. We don't address that, and they're not amending that, so that'd be other sections of the public
Is
health code.
fentanyl covered?
Fentanyl is definitely not something that's being decriminalized here. In fact, this initiative is meant to prevent fentanyl and some of the opioid problems that are just a huge crisis in this society. In fact, one of the additional sections in here allows for the lawful possession of testing kits, which is currently illegal, so people could find out if fentanyl is in substances. Because right now, it's actually illegal to possess that kind of testing equipment. And as you are probably aware, I know I read an article in the news the other day that counterfeit drugs are showing up in prescription drugs, street drugs, all over the place.
Okay, so
From
my
all sorts of
initial
places.
question, the drugs that this applies to, non-prescribed drugs is the definition of the 100 words. The non-prescribed drugs, if I can ID them in the language, they'd be under what letter here?
It's listed in this first section, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
And if you go down, you could look at, specifically, if you get down to section C, you see some of the compounds or
Section
natural
C.
plants. Yeah, about halfway down that first page.
Yeah, I see a bunch of words here, yeah.
So, yep, those are all compounds found in natural plants. That's what this initiative primarily deals with. But if you're asking if this like,
Psilocybin is one of them, right?
correct.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Tony.
In reading, like I generally know that this is related to plants, mushrooms and things like that. In reading that, reduce the maximum penalty for possessing non-prescribed drugs, I can certainly see somebody not familiar with that thinking, we're basically saying all drugs are okay now. So would it be acceptable? I would think it would be acceptable, but would it be okay to insert like certain non-prescribed drugs or something that alerts people it's not, a free-for-all?
Yeah, it looks like it's a free-for-all.
The first part of it, and I mean, we can have some more discussion about this with the petition sponsor, because I want to make sure that everyone has the same understanding of what this would do. But, I mean, when I read the amendments to 7403, which is at the top of this proposed initiated law. So if you read that, it says, a person who violates this section as to a controlled substance classified in Schedule 1 or 2 that is a narcotic drug or a drug described in a different section. And then you have penalties that apply to, various things you might be doing with these drugs. But there are felony penalties, scaling down to misdemeanor penalties that apply to a wide range of Schedule 1 and 2 controlled substances, which include a lot of different drugs. And they're changing, the way I read this is it changes the maximum penalty for those from felonies to misdemeanors. So there'd still be crimes, but there'd be felonies rather than misdemeanors. And that's regarding everything in Schedule 1 or 2. But then separately, when it comes to certain drugs, so the natural plants and mushrooms as they're described in this initiative, those would be decriminalized with regard to possession and use. So there wouldn't even be a misdemeanor. And then there's also additional exemptions from other penalties that might apply to sale or provision for other purposes. That's how I understand this initiation of legislation working.
That's an accurate and correct summary. Thank you.
So then my initial thinking of it does address all drugs in that it reduces them. So I withdraw the issue of certain then.
No, Tony's right, though. It doesn't address all drugs.
It would be so there's sections of the public health code, it would be too complicated to list everything that's in there in a 100-word summary, just like some of the other discussions you've had here today. So that's why there's, references to the different.
Right now, you're
categories.
listing all drugs.
I wouldn't say that,
The
no.
way it reads, to reduce maximum penalty for possessing non-prescribed drugs from felony to misdemeanor. Non-prescribed drugs, that's everything that's not prescribed. That's everything.
And I think that's a correct summation of what, it's reducing the criminal application. It's knocking everything down from felony to misdemeanor.
All drugs, going from felony to misdemeanor.
I think it's too expansive to say all drugs. I see what you're,
I mean,
I
if
think
somebody has 100 pounds of fentanyl, it's gonna be a misdemeanor?
no. And it's important to understand that this initiative doesn't deal with trafficking or these other things, which would still be felonies, and prosecutors could have their day with all that sort of stuff. Of course not.
Well, if I'm possessing 100 pounds of fentanyl, that could be a misdemeanor?
No, I don't believe so.
Well, then sounds like it is gonna be a misdemeanor, the way it reads.
I think the way it is now fits with what my initial thinking was. But
The word certain should be in here.
Or is it certain controlled substances?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is it controlled substances that we're talking about?
It is, and some of this is controlled. Well, I think you probably could view all of these as controlled substances. There is sort of two groups, as the director said. There's natural plants and medicines, and then there's other controlled substances which would not be natural plants and medicines. And similar to what some of the western states have done, and Detroit and Washtenaw County have done, we've tried to define those and delineate them. So natural plants and medicines, which are being used in therapeutic incidents with psychologists, psychiatrists to help with mental health, help veterans with PTSD and things like that, a little more liberalized than other substances which, are not the same, fall in the same category.
Well, then if I would add all non-prescribed drugs are going from felony to misdemeanor, would that be incorrect?
I can't give you an accurate answer on that. I think that's too, to use the word all, I'm hesitant to use the word all. Because there could be other statutes that aren't affected by this, so I don't want to commit to that here today that's
Well,
exactly.
maybe,
what
if
it is.
that's potentially correct, then maybe we don't need to change anything.
We didn't have any changes other than the one word. That was the committee's preference.
and Can you, what, entheogenic it was?
Entheogenic, entheogenic, which is, in our view, a little bit more of a scientific term that's used for compounds that are in natural plants and medicines.
Mr. Brader, your thoughts on that?
Well, I always try to avoid really technical terminology because it's supposed to be understandable. So I've Googled entheogen. I didn't know what that word was. So some of the words I thought about were psychoactive, hallucinogenic, and psychedelic. And based on my research, it seemed like relatively commonly understood words that psychedelic seemed the closest to encompassing the category of plants that were described here. I don't actually know whether entheogenic is more precise. It may very well be, but I don't understand what that word means. So the reason I chose the psychedelic is because that seemed to be, of the available options, the one that was the most kind of plain language and understandable. But I'd be not opposed to psychoactive or hallucinogenic or a word like that as well, if there's a better one.
Yeah, that's the issue of entheogenic is literally the first time I've ever heard that word was when
I have a question.
Mr. Hanks said it.
In your proposals in Washtenaw and also in Wayne County, what word was used in the ballot question that was put to?
I wasn't involved in those proposals, but
Oh.
Washtenaw County uses entheogens. That's what the
I'm just trying
western
to think of
states.
the wording that went through in Wayne County.
That's what the western states have done. I think that's sort of the common parlance that's being used right now.
There was a proposal.
In both?
There was a ballot question in Detroit, and it was incomprehensible.
I had nothing to do with that, but they use the term entheogen. So that's what voters in Michigan have been voting on in some of the larger areas of the state.
Okay,
I'm indifferent. If it's been in others and if Mr. Hank would prefer that, I
but if it's incomprehensible, what the heck?
I think I think you're saying that the proposal was, or that word was?
The words that were used to describe,
Yeah, let's keep it comprehensible.
so.
Okay, Jeff, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
no? So is it,
We're gonna leave it basically possessing non-prescribed drugs. So, people reading this say all non-prescribed drugs going from felony to misdemeanor. That's how it reads. That's, I think, the way they want it. So, the motion would be in order to adopt the 75 words as presented by the elections director.
Let me find my motion.
I'll let you get one.
I move that the board approve the form, no, I'm in the wrong place, okay.
14.
14. I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the summary of the purpose of the initiative petition sponsored by Michigan Initiative for Community Healing as drafted by the Director of Elections and presented by the Director on February 11th, 2022.
Support.
Moved and supported. The 75 words that Jonathan presented to us. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. The motion is carried. Now we have in front of us number 15, consideration the form of the petition submitted by this group, Michigan Initiative for Community Health or Healing?
Healing.
It's wrong in our agenda.
Yeah, that's my fault, sorry.
There's a union bug on there. You gonna fix that, or you wanna leave it? What do you wanna do?
Yeah, we'd ask for conditional approval. We'll remove the union bug and we'll obviously swap the summary out and submit new initial
Okay.
petitions. Okay.
Tony, wanna make that motion?
Sure. And this one is initiated law, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I move that the board approve the form of the initiative petition submitted by, where did it go?
Healing. Michigan Initiative.
Michigan Initiative for Community Healing, with the understanding that the summary as approved by the board will be added to the petition and the union label will be removed and that the board's approval does not extend to the substance of the proposal which appears on the petition or the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
There's the motion,
Support.
and there's the support. Discussion on the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No,
Is 3-1, with Jeanette being the one. Okay, we're done with that. We're on number 16. Any other business for the board?
I'd like to know if we have any legal updates, please.
No news since, the Supreme Court's ruling in the League of Women Voters case on the check boxes and the affidavits and all that, so.
Are there
That's it.
any
Talk about the
active,
ADA opinion.
Oh. Do you want me,
I think we should just give.
we want to just talk about it? So, not a litigation update, but maybe many of you may have heard that the Attorney General issued an opinion, that's what you want me to talk about?
Yes, please.
Yeah, issued an opinion last Friday, just to clarify, regarding the Open Meetings Act and its intersection with the Americans for Disabilities Act and Rehab Act under Michigan law. And so the opinion concluded that public bodies do need to offer an accommodation under the ADA for members of a public body or the public that wishes to attend a meeting of a public body, an accommodation essentially for a remote or a virtual opportunity to attend or make public comment if they have a qualifying disability. So we're in the process, the department's in the process of putting together what we hope will be some broad guidance that will work for all boards and commissions to help implement that. But that's the gist of what's, what was contained in that opinion. It also just confirmed that boards, public bodies under the OMA right now, we do need to meet in person. So there is not an option for remote or virtual meetings for public bodies at this time, but that there should be a potential accommodation for members who have a qualifying disability or for the public who need to attend a meeting sort of virtually or remotely, so.
and that's meant, that'll have some burden of proof where it's not just people just don't want to make the drive. Or
Well, I think we'll have to talk about, what people will need to submit or how the request, but yes, there will be a request for an accommodation, however whatever a board decides to do as far as how that accommodation might be made, whether it's an email or a written request or
If
something
one of
like
us
that.
want to stay home in our pajamas, can we maybe?
You would have to request an accommodation, Norm.
We'll make the request.
And have a disability. So hopefully we'll have we'll pass around the guidance on that when it comes out. And Adam and I have talked a little bit, and we can talk with Jonathan, about how you guys are going to be able to make that happen for members of the public to participate who request accommodation.
Will you give us, I'm sorry, would you give us some feedback on how your test run went today? At our next meeting?
Yes, at our next meeting. I mean, certainly having more virtual options would be one of the things that we're going to look at with this opinion. So we're going to see how this went and report back.
are there, now that the Supreme Court's ruled on the League of Women Voters issues, are there any active litigation items out there?
I think that there may still be the fracking, 6.0 case in the Court of Appeals. So the appeal, sort of the third or fourth iteration of the challenge with respect to the fracking petition. So that's still in the Court of Appeals. But there isn't anything else really active right now pending against the board.
Is the case Christensen still active?
Nope, that's all done, concluded.
Was that decided? I didn't see it.
No, I can get that to you.
Okay, we all set? Without objection, we're going to adjourn. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I know that was a long one.
Somehow it was shorter than the last one.
True. Smaller space, Tony.